Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kirby 3 Dreamland 2. So, by this point in time, Kirby has well and truly taken off. Let's see, where's my notes? Because up until this point in time, we've had, obviously, there's the original. It's Kirby's Adventure. Then we had Kirby Pinball, Kirby Course, that's on the SNES, that's the golf one, and Kirby Avalanche, which was the Tetris-style weird game. And so, they were working on the next big Kirby game. But because Sakurai is Sakurai, he really wanted to do his own thing. So he envisioned a different format of a game that would turn into what would eventually be called Ultra or Superstar Ultra or Superstar or whatever the original one was called. I actually don't remember right now. But either way, the Star one on the SNES, the first major Kirby game on the SNES. So, okay, cool. But that's not out yet. Yeah, the workaholic, no kidding. You think I'm a workaholic? Holy crap. So instead, they were like, well, this is going to take a while. And he's trying to reinvent what Kirby is. So why don't we come up with something else in the interim? So they handed it off to essentially a full-on B team, which had never worked on this stuff before and was like told, go make a Kirby game. They're like, okay. And they really wanted to make it on the Game Boy because they wanted to keep going back to that roots, the core demographic of the Game Boy players who started the whole franchise. Okay, cool with it. So that's where Dreamland 2 comes in. This is the same general team that works on two more games in the future, which includes Dreamland 3, which we'll be playing next, and Kirby 64, which we won't be playing for a while. Now, if you're paying attention, there's a common thread through those. I mentioned how Sakurai was kind of contributory towards some of the original world building, and that will continue in the future. But the dark mattery stuff, the stuff about the negative elementals, that really started here with Dreamland 2. And we'll kind of showcase that as we go, because again, that's going to keep changing stuff as we go forward. But I just think it's interesting that the same general team worked on three of the biggest games that established some of the lore of the negative elementals. Um, there's one other facet of the lore that hasn't shown up yet, and I've been kind of keeping an eye out for it. I haven't seen it show up yet, so I'm curious when it'll happen. We'll be playing the DS version of Superstar, by the way. That's why we're just going to skip straight to Kirby's Dream Land 3. Forgive me if I'm a little off. I slept very badly, so I have a rather large crick in my neck right now. I have actually spent some time on this morning with a heating pad and some stretches to try and improve the situation because holy crap. Anyways, but yes, so let's go ahead and see what they came up with because, as I think I mentioned, I have not played this game. One other little anecdote, though, that I think is interesting. Because this is, this era of Nintendo, they couldn't just make a new Kirby game. They wanted to do something with it. So they decided, I've got an idea. Why don't we plug that new Super Game Boy thing we've got going on? I don't remember the full number, please forgive me, but there's not a large number of games that were actually designed with the Super Game Boy in mind. For those of you who don't even remember what it was, the Super Game Boy was a SNES cartridge which you could plug Game Boy games into and then play your Game Boy games on your TV. The thing is, most of those were just interpretations, for lack of a better way to put it, of exactly like, okay, so the Game Boy data doesn't allow for a lot of nuance in the color, so it would like interpret this as this color, this is this color. And there was a lot of actual impressive technical wizardry on how it did that. But for some of the games, the number I just mentioned, they were designed with the Super Game Boy in mind, so it actually had pre-existing information baked into the game that said this should be this color, this should be that color. So some games looked way better than others. So we'll actually be playing this as if we're playing on a Super Game Boy just to kind of show that off. Anyways, so the game looks like this. I'm gonna watch the intro again because, duh. Might not be anything. Oh, here we go. I never had a Super Game Boy, by the way. As I mentioned, my first real foray into the Game Boy era was with the Game Boy Color. Where's the music? This is a weird demo. Not as good as the first or second game, I don't think. It's just musicless gameplay. It's kind of weird. Whatever. So, someone actually asked, literally yesterday. Oh, I have a wide variety of colors, push-ups. And pink happens to look good on me, so. A favorite South Park character? No. I can't remember what I was about to say. God, whatever, doesn't matter. Oh, the Animal Guys. Someone asked yesterday when the Animal Friends were added to the franchise. You're looking at it. This is when they added the Animal Friends. Okay, lol. Well, this is interesting. So I guess we're still kind of following the same rule as the hub world thing we just did with Adventure. Can I go into... Okay, I can't go into level 2 yet. Okay, not sure what stars are. This is interesting, the introduction of this here, because that means we don't actually have to learn how to fly. In both previous games, you had to learn how to do this in order to go up these, but there's a block here. I'm pretty sure for the Yakuza games I wore white. But either way, yes, I've worn white. I do have white colors. What are the stars? I guess we'll find out. I was just about to ask if we had copy powers again, because, you know. Bragman could remind me of the specifics. I have a neutral skin tone, or whatever it's called, which means most colors look good on me. That's not bragging. I was born that way, so I don't really get credit for that. Oh, I'm only missing one now. Good morning, it's Rare Star. Boyo. This is going to sound weird, but I'm less impressed with the level design so far. In fact, if I was to put this to words, which is funny, because this is exactly what the truth is, I would say this is made by a B team who's never made a platformer before. Like, in the first game, there was a lot of thought put into what you could do and where in order to, like, encourage the player to experience the game. And Adventure was obviously made by 3 of the best platform designers of the era. And you could tell just at every pore there was cool, interesting, creative stuff. This is very simple. It's a good word for it. I don't really mean that as an insult, but it's weird coming straight from the first 2 games to this. It reminds me of when we covered New Super Mario Bros. 2, the 3DS one, where the levels weren't bad, they just were there for the most part. For those of you who don't remember, that was the game that was developed by everyone in the office who had a random idea for a stage. Oh, hey, it's the guy from the demo reel. Die, monster. Well, we still lose our thing immediately. Good to know. No. So, here's our big gimmick of the game. The animal companions. Oh my god. Oh, okay, so they get a variant based on what we have equipped. So he has a... I thought he just had fire. I have had deja vu, of course I have, that's a psychological thing, but very infrequently. So infrequently, I actually can't come up with an example of it off the top of my head. So, this is going to sound strange. I'm not sure what the difference is of having this dude with us. Like, I don't see how it changes our kit. It's just another HP bar. Unlike, say, Yoshi, who noticeably changes how you play. We do keep him across levels, that's nice. Oh, that's just fire again. Hello, Riplinger. I suppose the one major difference is we don't have the ability to float with the thing, but that just feels like a downgrade. You'll also notice that so far across the 3 stages, we've had access to a grand total of 2 power-ups. Weird. Okay. Which is also kind of strange. Let's find out. Hang on. Well, no. We took damage from doing that. I mean, technically, we could have done that as Kirby. But no. Oh, I can't hop down through those. Well, hang on. Let's see what Rick does with the umbrella. There are, in fact, 2 push-ups. Okay. I've ever reviewed something, and my opinion of that drastically changed between reviewing and uploading. So, okay. This is going to sound like a technically answer, but no, because I upload stuff like a couple of minutes after I finish reviewing it. I don't change my mind that quickly. No, wait, no! But it feels like you're asking, have I ever changed my opinion after I finished a review? In which case, yeah, no, that's happened semi-frequently. Well, okay, so hang on. Pause. I'm debating if those stages deserve a negative. Like, it feels weird to give them a negative, but this is the intro. You know? And that's just... if your nomination got removed, then that's weird. Just renominate it. Whatever it is. Please. So, oh, for last year? So, okay. You can only teach them. I mean... Alright, hang on. Sorry, you broke my brain a little bit, Jay Palmer. So, I don't do that, right? The only things I had to remove this year, and I remember this because it was unique, was I had to remove several memes. I had to trim down the memes. Everything else was just duplicates, right? So I didn't do that, which means at some point in time, someone probably removed that from the list who was not me. And there's basically nothing I can do about that, so I can only apologize that it's not there. Because that sucks. So you say, is the intro grossly bad? No, but you know me, and I judge intros and outros more harshly than I do other games. And a game that is fine on its intro, like that would normally be a wash, by definition is a negative by virtue of not being good enough to be an intro. And my knee-jerk thought is if this was just another stage in the game, then I would give it a wash. You see the logic? That's why I'm hesitant, but at the same time, it just feels correct. That was 3 stages of nothing. 3 stages of flat terrain with 2 power-ups and a special dude who does nothing really different. Oh, well, that's not fair. We only really saw the 2 things. Yeah, you need to do more with your intro. Exactly. That's just weird. So we'll just kind of jot this down here. Yeah, this coloring. Remember, this was specifically designed for the Super Game Boy. So this color was designed to be this. This isn't like some interpretation, excuse me, later. I'm actually kind of curious. Hang on, let me save here. What happens if I switch over to, like, say, the color? I'm just curious if it looks better, worse, or the same. That... Oh my god. I've decided not to pursue that. Holy crapola. Okay, let's go back to the Super. That's... yikes. Wow. I mean, that is the lesson, right? It can always get worse. Kirby in Vomit Land. Where Kirby has to face his ancient nemesis, Ebrick, who instead of inhaling everything... Let me jot down some notes really quick. Because these games are so dense, and I've noticed I need to do a lot of off-camera work to make this work, so forgive me for jotting down some notes earlier. And I also didn't answer your question. Hang on, Act. Hang on. You never bothered to play the Game Boy games because you felt they're outdated. Plus, there's better games and stuff now. I wonder if the future some younglings might have the same to say about some of your favorite games. I wonder, do you have the same fear? Absolutely not. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. I'll say this 1,000 times. And I mean this. Game design is a universal thing. I'm kidding to quote it. Game design is universal. We have seen games from every year, from every era, that are both great and terrible. Going back to the early 80s, I would say, when game design actually started entering into video game lexicon with Super Mario Bros. 1. Even Super Mario Bros. 1 had good game design in it. There wasn't much, but it was there, right? I think that future generations will be able to appreciate good games because they are good games, regardless of when they came out. That's just as true as it is for a game that comes out today as it is for a game that came out 40 years ago. Okay. Um, no kidding, Dakota. Yeah, exactly, Mook. Actually, playing them, well, that's a little bit more debatable. But you can never really predict someone's interests, right? Let me phrase this a little bit differently. Hang on. How many of you, how many of you have ever gone back and observed something, oh, a few months at least for Blinger, um, have ever observed something that was before your time, just on your own, just because you wanted to? Older movies, older books, older music, maybe plays. In some case, I guess some of you aren't as old as I am, so older video games, right? It's just something that people are going to seek out if they are interested in it, right? Or if someone prompts that interest within them. Um, I can actually use a specific example. My middle niece has quite a bit of interest in Kirby games and has actually sought out on several occasions going back and playing some of the older Kirby games. Yeah, no kidding, Arch Bruce, exactly. Like, it always irritates me. We were talking about Lufia 2 recently. Lufia 2 is console locked. For those of you who don't actually know what that means, because I use that phrase a lot, it means it's only available or only reasonably available on one console. For example, um, I think Earthbound is back to being console locked because it came out in the 3DS, and the 3DS store shut down. So as of now, it is once again only available on the SNES. Console locking sucks. I mean, I kind of understand from a modern perspective because that's how exclusives work. But historically speaking, a game just being, locked away on a console sucks and needs to have some kind of availability in the modern era. It's one of the reasons why I'm so irritated at how piss poor and half-assed is the word I want to use. The Nintendo's online, whatever they call it, the NSO thing is. It's true, I can just play Lufia 2R, which, amusingly enough, is also console locked on the DS. And yet PC gaming has been getting better for years about this kind of historical preservation thing. As we've been getting better and better at emulating games within the troublesome periods of gaming history. But you remember before DOSBox? Because I do. I remember when getting MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries, I'll name a specific game, playable was just impossible. You just couldn't do it. And the invention of DOSBox and the development of the branches of DOSBox has opened up a huge amount of PC gaming to the modern era. Allows tons of games to be accessible that weren't before. And by the way, that's emulation. For those of you who don't know what DOSBox is. Also true, Jay Palmer. It's not as bad as it was back in the day, just popping into DOS and being like, ugh. That's another good example, Archbruce. A lot of people forget Bugs Bunny is old. Like old. Hell, we streamed TIE Fighter not too long ago. It's after the Oblivion line. That's a game that was dead and gone for a while there because of the exact same reason. Yeah, you ever Looney Tunes is older than a lot of people tend to think. Kind of like DuckTales or oh God, what's it actually called? Scrooge McDuck's Adventures or something like that. But yeah, for those of you not aware, Looney Tunes originally came out in 1930. Hang on. So DuckTales was based off of, since I'm looking at this, Uncle Scrooge. So it was just called Uncle Scrooge, and that's 50s. Yeah, yeah. Look up when Snow White came out sometime. Or maybe don't. Yeah, Captain America is another fun one. Captain America will return in Doomsday. But no, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to pull a this is old or it's older than you think thing, although I do find some of this stuff fascinating from a historical perspective. But what I mean, really, is that maybe I'm the outlier, but I can think of tons of older stuff that I've gone out and deliberately sought out. In fact, I can name something right off the top of my head. The original Star Trek. TOS, that was before my time. Yeah, yeah, that's a good one. The original Star Wars trilogy, yeah. The first episode of Star Trek I ever watched, I actually know exactly the episode. It's Spectre of the Gun from TOS. And I remember it so distinctly because it was traumatizing. That's not actually a joke. It's funny going back to I talk about it in my rumination on that episode. It's funny going back to it because it's not a particularly wigged out episode. But I remember seeing the smoke and the weird aliens in the distance and just not knowing what's going on. I was pretty young at the time. And I was just like, oh my God. It took a while for me to go back to TOS. In fact, it took until Star Trek 6 came out for me to go back to TOS because during the lead up to Star Trek 6, which was part of the anniversary thing, um, they did a top 10 episodes of TOS series. Some of you may or may not remember that because it was a pretty big deal. There was actually a convention about it, which I went to over in Anaheim, and there was a whole series, like magazines and books and comics, and of course the showcasing thing on TV, which was leading up to the release. And that was probably my first real exposure to TOS. And the top 10 happened to include things like Trouble with Tribbles, Balance of Terror, you know, some really good stuff there. Yes, Elizar. Not counting New Trek. We're not counting that. That is very strange, though, Dakota. I watched TNG when it was live, yes. I watched Encounter at Farpoint when it came out. I talk about that in my rumination about that one, too. Did I like TNG better back then? No. My enjoyment of TNG has gone up over the years, not down. Although I suppose you could say it actually went both. I did start watching DS9 when it was live, and then I put it down in the first season. uh, let's see what the boss is. This poor tree! What is wrong with this tree? Oh my God! Oh, okay, he's okay now. Maybe? Sir? Sir? Are you okay? You seem awfully yellow. Okay, that was the first world. Wow, that was just... Okay. No, for those of you not aware, okay, ha ha ha, COVID 2020. Um, You ever heard of Spanish flu? The extremely misnamed Spanish flu? So that was a while ago. That was World War One era, right? For those of you not aware, I actually only learned this relatively recently, just a few years ago. That also, of course, spread to Japan. And as a result of that, that kind of baked in a cultural norm which lasts to this very day, that if you are sick in Japan, you have the mask on. The masks that everyone made such a kerfuffle about during COVID. So that's been a cultural thing in Japan for literally over a century at this point because of that. So I just wanted to mention why you're wondering why a game from 1995 has that. That's why. Put this here. Uh, ah! No! The apple! The apple! No! Okay, well now we're green instead of yellow. That's... Oh no, I could see the future. Look, 1, 2, 3, and then boss. I could see the future right now. We'll beat this game today. Put very simply. The longest game so far was the NES one, which was 3 hours long. Yeah, I don't want to pull this card, but I think this looks worse than the original. Like, thoughts? Okay, well, we have slightly different functionality for being a owl, so that's nice. Alright, hold on, hold on. I need to see something. Good morning, Raven. I don't think that's... I don't know. What are we thinking? Oh, a third weapon. Oh my god. I hesitate to say it looks better, because that feels like a lie. But at the same time, yeah, that is literally easier on the eyes. Yeah, I know, Chill Pangolin. Hang on. There's only 2 power-ups in the entire stage. So I'm gonna grab the other one here. Actually, I don't know that, because I don't know what these are. They haven't the game hasn't explained what these things are yet. I mean, we've proven that a Game Boy game can have good brickwork. We did that yesterday. Never mind previous games. No, push-ups. Completely different team. Yeah, exactly. It's not the fact that it's a Game Boy game. It's the fact that it's not good brickwork. This would make a degree of sense since we know that the guy who was well known for making these games look good was off working on Superstar right now. So Dragon Age 4, Witcher 3, Kingdom of Deliverance. Thank you. Thank you, Sonoshi. Very much. Oh, that hurts. Oh. Oh, yep, no, that's still a little taut. Agreed. Like, Superstar, so I'll talk about this more when we get to Superstar, but Superstar was pretty much the Kirby game for me. Like, I'd played Kirby games before. I kind of talked about the during Adventure, but Superstar made me a Kirby fan, right? I don't know how to get that item. Yep, I'm having donation sickness. It's a terrible, terrible affliction. And with a five neat payments of $5.99. Please don't give me any more money. Hey, spikes going down. That might be it. That might be what we needed. Run. Oh no, we can't go back. Okay. Superstar also introduced Marks. You're probably thinking, who the hell's Marks? Marks is the Boba Fett of the Kirby franchise. If you're not familiar with that phenomenon, it's a character that inexplicably and for no real reason is just really popular. They usually don't have a lot of screen time. They usually have almost no relevance, narratively. They're just really popular. Yeah, usually it has to do with looking cool. Hence Boba Fett. No judgment, really. I like Vile as much as the next person. Still don't know what those things are, by the way. Nothing has explained what those are to me. This does begin an interesting question. Do we give a game a negative for an optional side mode for a periphery that it did badly? Like, that feels a little unprecedented. I mean, yeah, we do cover gimmicks. That is a real thing we do. I mean, we'll actually have this same discussion during the SNES block, believe it or not, because there's this thing called the Super Scope. Well, that's what I'm debating, though, because it's like, Yeah, see, that's the thing. I feel like that's also opening up a bit of a can of worms, too. I did not have a Super Scope. I was not a rich kid. I had access to video games, which put me in the well-off category, but as a reminder, most of those games I bought myself. Yeah, that's another thing. So, like, Majora's Mask would be something we'd have to ding for that. The SNES games I just mentioned we'd have to ding for that. Anything that requires the SNES mouse. The Super Scope was a bazooka that you could buy for the SNES, which had, I want to say, 3 games that used it. It was basically the light gun 2, if you're familiar with that. Now, I'll admit, I played 2 of those games like crazy. The Yoshi one was fine, I guess. I like how squished Kirby looks. Sorry. No! No! My delicious power-up. No! Nobody can shoot that stupid dog. He is just too powerful push-ups. Yeah, that's what the visuals were, Luke. So, okay, I apparently have to repeat myself. So, for the 3rd time now, there's this periphery that came out called the Super Game Boy, which enabled you to play Game Boy games on your TV. It was something you'd plug into your SNES, and then you'd plug your Game Boy game into the cartridge, and that way you could play them on TV. It had to interpret the data from a Game Boy game in order to come up with the visuals. But in some games, and it was a very small list of games, they actually specifically designed the visual data on the, or excuse me, the palette data on the game in order to accommodate the Super Game Boy in order to look like a specific set of colors. Which means, unlike in some cases where that would just be something we couldn't ding because nobody thought about it, in this case the game was specifically designed with those colors in mind. Oh my god! Yeah, I was going to do that too, Chill Pilot. But here, I can actually make this point very clearly. So let's grab a save state really quick. So, hold on. Let me showcase what I'm talking about, all right? So let's go back to the original game really quick. So just super quick. This is what the original game looked like, right? Okay, cool. But if I plug this into my Super Game Boy here, it looks like this. Now, this looks pretty bad. And indeed, most games look pretty bad on the Super Game Boy. That's because it wasn't designed for the Super Game Boy. This is just the Super Game Boy interpreting existing palette data. Make sense? Because the extended palette data does not exist. So you only have the, I think it's 4 shades, and that's all you get. But if you have a game that was designed with it in mind, they could have the extra palette data on the cartridge. So you get colors like that. That's actually the best showcasing of it right there. Still terrifying. That's why I said this might be a little bit of a weird situation, because it's like this color choice is not what I would consider good, but at the same time, is it fair to ding the game for it? I don't know. Wow, that might be the first bit of level design we've seen in the entire game so far. They give you the rock, and then an area where you can play around with the new features of the rock. Yeah, see, Blade Travel is correct. That's the thing. This isn't like something that's accidental. This is deliberately designed. This is something they deliberately wanted the game to look like. I don't know. I'm torn on this. Yep, the first time I will ever agree with Blade Travel about anything ever. It's against my religion, so. Blade Travel's like, I like apples, and I'm like, you know what? I do too. I'm willing to make such brave statements. Is that apples can be delicious. What kind of apples? That's a good point. Okay, can I just say Red Delicious are the most misnamed apples ever? I can't stand Red Delicious. Tastes like tree bark. I actually like quite a variety of apples. Golden Delicious, amusingly. Fuji's, I don't know, God, I don't know. Pretty much all of the reds that aren't the Red Death ones I'm fine with. Yeah, Honeycrisp I'm down for. My God, this is actual level design. I'm shocked. There's like things that push you in directions and you have to deal with them. Yeah, Gala apples. That's another one. Braybirds are easy to screw up in my experience, but good when they're good. That's right, I shoot light bulbs. Because of course I do. Yeah, that yellow. Who decided on yellow? I know primary colors is a thing, but like, the NES game did better usage of yellow than this game has. I don't know. It might just be a stodgy old man with my terrible eyes and my moron brain. Still don't know what the stars give us. I thought they gave us a 1-up, but they don't. I've watched a couple of times now. There's also more stars in a level than the ones you need, so like I really don't know what stars are about. Oh. What's a Manuel, J. Palmer? That is a legitimately good question, though. Let's see if the manual explains anything here. Yeah. Well, they made the next game we're playing Act, so we'll see. Let's see. Here we go. The story of the Rainbow Islands. Kirby lives in the Rainbow Islands of Dreamland. No, he doesn't. The rainbows that connect the islands have been stolen by the evil Dark Matter. Dark Matter has taken control of King Dedede and wants to turn Darkland into a dark world. I'm sorry, spoilers right there in the manual. Jesus. Yeah, that's actually a spoiler on the first page of the manual. What the crap? Actually, funnily enough, I am sick right now. I had a fever last night, which made it hard to sleep. But thank you for asking. Okay, so... No, the manuals don't exist for review perspective. For obvious reasons. Okay, rainbow drops. You must find the rainbow drop on each island. As you find them, a mark will appear to know that he's found the one for that island. He may need to revisit island if he's missing a drop. No other explanation given on that. Yeah, manual is functionally meta, right? And for very obvious reasons, we don't include the meta when it comes to reviewing games. There are very few exceptions to that. Like, microtransactions are technically a meta that we acknowledge. Launch state is a meta that we acknowledge. LLM usage is a meta that we acknowledge. It's not saying anything about the stars. Hang on. Oh, no, here it is. Wow, yeah, okay, so apparently they are just one-ups. That's it, that's all. Okay, yeah. Alright, I guess it didn't... Because I notice I now have 7 lives. Am I blind? Am I stupid? What is a chill run? Well, it's when I stab the chill and destroy it once and for all. Oh, sorry, Chill Pangolin. Wrong chill. Wrong chill. Sorry. Sorry. So according to this, there's only 7 power-ups, but it makes sense because there's actually 21 power-ups. There's the 7, but then you get it. Each one of them is a little bit differently based on your animal companions. I'm not going to ding that. That is an interesting approach. But anyways, let's scooch up here. Oh no, there's no legitimate reasoning there whatsoever. Heck, none. They're just seeing what they can get away with. They're in the screw-around phase of the process. There's apparently 28? Time to kill Chill Pangolin once and for all. Where's my knife? I need to stab the chill. Yeah, no, they're just pushing the envelope right now. They have so much valuation, they can afford to do whatever the hell they want to. Like, it would be nice to say, oh, this is totally going to blow up in their faces, but realistically what's more likely to happen is they'll just be like, oh, we will have slightly less income for a quarter or 3. Oh, well. Back to business as usual. I love how I can shoot fireballs underwater just enough to break the blocks. Yeah, NVIDIA has been a master of offloading consequences for years now. A lot of people forget that they've been doing some pretty scummy stuff for... God, at least a decade. Hey, Saber for life. Yeah, Adobe can go directly to hell. I used Premiere for a very long time because, you know, it was the option and because I knew it very well. And I finally pulled that plug this most recent year, in 2025. I'm pretty sure scores for nothing. Well, believe it or not, what I'm using right now is nothing. I haven't actually done any video editing since I pulled the plug on that. I'm probably going to figure out how to use DaVinci, though. Because, you know, I do plan to do video editing in the future. So, I was just about to comment on how the level design had gotten so much better, and then they gave me an empty corridor with no real obstacles other than basic enemies periodically. One enemy type. Rewrites is the big thing, J. Palmer. Obviously, the theaters is the other one. And if I throw together any kind of silly thing for... April Fools. So, I don't think I got the rainbow thing. No! Oh, shoot. Alright, whatever. Let's just glance at a thing. Yeah, this is weird. This is such a weird game. Well, the first thing I need to do, Act, is find some motivation. Then we'll circle back to that. I asked a question about the Force recently on the Rewrite channel, and I apparently phrased it incredibly wrongly because nobody understood my question. So I was wondering, so there's this thing, which is almost assuredly because of bad writing in Star Wars, where the dark side is quicker, easier, more seductive, right? Okay, that's cool, I'm with that. And it also shows, like, in the games, it's pretty obvious, in everything, it's pretty obvious that you get a whole lot of just level 1 dark side users, and they all suck, right? But also, the most powerful Force users in the setting are dark side users. So, inconsistency, right? What about Yoda? The light side has nothing to do with this. The light side does not exist. Well, actually, kinda, yeah. Like, it's just an interesting question. Now, again, to get back to my point, I don't think the actual writers of Star Wars thought about this. I think they just wanted a bigger bad who was stronger, and therefore he's strong. Yeah, but the light side has nothing to do with anything. Ignore the light side. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. So, point is, They just wanted the dark side. They wanted the villains to be stronger, so they were. So they would be an appropriate challenge for the players or for the characters or for the heroes or whatever. And then they're like, haha, we're super powerful. And there's no explanation for why the, by all accounts, weaker side of the Force isn't. There's an inconsistency there. There's a lack of explanation there. Because, yeah, the original writing was that the light side... Well, I must have misunderstood your answer then. So not only have I given a bad question, I cannot read either. But the idea being that... So, okay, my idea, I'll just start with my idea, was that the dark side was a low floor, high ceiling kind of a thing, like chess, to use an extremely basic example of this. Chess is incredibly easy to pick up. Anybody can play chess. Anybody can sit down and figure out chess inside of 5 minutes. However, playing chess really well has an extremely high ceiling. There's a reason why there are so many levels of such chess tournaments for so long. Oh yeah, or Pokemon is actually another valid example. It's the same concept, right? Again, low floor, high ceiling. Okay, so it's in stage 3. Where is it? Aha! And yeah, exactly. The light side is demonstrably the reverse. High floor, low ceiling. With extremely few exceptions. In fact, I would argue with one exception. The light side users, at their strongest, are nowhere near the same tier or quality as the dark side users at their strongest. But it also takes a lot more to be a proper light side user, which is why so many light side users fall. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that I am interpreting something that they almost assuredly did not design on purpose. And wondering if that has any application in our Wars, since there is no light or dark side in our Wars. Ow. So far, let's ignore what the manual said for a second. So far, the game has done nothing to convey that there's any kind of a story here, which I remind you, the NES game managed pretty effortlessly. Wait, what? Oh, gosh darn it. Okay, back in. Yeah, the light side would arguably have more dropouts, but it would also have more graduates at the exact same time. The dark side would have tons and tons of people join, and very, very few of them actually ascend, aka graduate. This is all hypothetical, of course, because, again, I'm pretty sure the work itself has never even thought about what I'm talking about. Anyways, the main thing I was wondering is if that has any applicability for our wars. I think we need to have the fish for that. Oh god, where the hell do I get the stupid fish? No, well, maybe Omega Legion. Let's just pretend there isn't. Let's just hang on. And the rule of 2 is gone. Okay, there we go. We're done. Whew, okay. We're okay. Everything's okay. What's a neutral force user? How can I not... No! Why do they jump? I'm being facetious anyways. I have no idea how the gray side would fit into canon, since at the moment canon doesn't acknowledge that the gray side even exists. What's funny is the original reason for the rule of two actually makes a degree of sense to me. It has nothing to do with the force itself. The idea is that the rule of two enforces balance, right? It is, in fact, the maximum number of people that can be there, while still making sure that there's some degree of balance between the two. If there's 3, then 2 can be against 1. If there's 4, then 3 can be against 1, etc., etc. But if there's only 2, there can only ever be balance. And it was a purely political consideration. The whole thing about, like, the one to crave and one to teach and blah, blah, blah. That all came later. Listen, nobody good could use the dark side. The millisecond you use the dark side, your force is instantly and irrevocably tainted with pure, unmitigated evil. You start eating puppies, and you start voting for, I should quit that joke. Sorry. Nah, it's instant evil. Instant evil. There's no turning back. Yep, you're voting for Hitler. There we go. We'll conclude that joke in that manner. If anything, I'm more making fun of Dragon Prince than I am Star Wars. How the hell? You've got to be kidding me. Okay, whatever. Remember, these are mandatory. We have to have these. I am glad you like Dragon Prince. I liked Dragon Prince too, until it got to Season 5 or whatever it was. I mean, that gap in the productions line did not do them any favors. For those who are not aware, they produced the first 3, I want to say, seasons in one bundle. And those are pretty solid. Like, they started off rough, and they just got better and better and better and better. Then there was a year's gap, and then they made the other seasons. Where's the... Hold on, what? Oh, there it is. I mean, I actually am aware of the 20-year rule. And for those of you not aware, the 20-year rule isn't arbitrary. It's roughly the time of one human generation. That's why that rule exists. But yes, that's exactly what I was referencing. Oh, this poor fish. Look at his face. Why are we torturing this poor fish? But yes, for those of you not aware, in the Dragon Prince series, in the setting, if you used evil, dark magic, then you're pure evil. That's it. There's no nuance. There's no nothing. Even though the show itself actually demonstrably disagrees with that. It also never bothers to explain why it's pure evil. It doesn't matter what you use it for. You're evil now. Congrats. You did it. It's like, okay. It's very childish, if I could just be blunt about that for a second. So, about 3-ish years ago, I was doing one of those Polemic Day streams, and if we're being honest, Polemic Day is, it's mostly just a Q&A, right? So it's just a Q&A series, and it was getting harder and harder to keep up with questions. Normally what I do is I'd ask some of my mods to sit there and manually copy-paste questions into a document, which I could then go through. The problem there was that that required the mods to be on basically all day, and that was a full-time job for people that I can't afford to pay. So we looked into getting a bot to do it instead. And the bot is just on all year. Interesting Kirby enemy here. Yeah, and for some reason the big bad can control you. Also never really explained. Yeah, everyone kills the bot. I don't know why. I don't know what you got against the bot. Rax, buddy. My boogie. Listen, I'm good for it. Just give me till Tuesday, okay? I swear. Just give me until Tuesday. I'll get it to you this time, Rax, please. I actually really like the actor who plays the big bad. I was also pretty on his side until he decided to do a zombie apocalypse for absolutely no explained reason. Are you ready for the most amazing visuals ever, Rex? Like, you like this color palette, right? Isn't this great? Let's see what the next zone looks like. Here we go. Here it is. Here it is. Oh. No. That poor fish! Oh my god! I feel so bad for that poor fish. So what do we think? We've got like this white and blue and like also blue, gray. Most recent did not complete on a review. That's a good question. Oh god, I'm not even sure. Okay, real talk, look, no spoilers. No spoilers. Okay, no spoilers. But, what the crap? How did they take what was, in my opinion, a truly Drek season, which was just terrible, top to bottom, and then somehow have one of the best scenes in the whole show in it? Okay, so we have a grand total of 4 games that are incomplete. There's Modern Warfare 2R, which would probably be the most recent one by default, because I couldn't even start that game. Mega Man 9, Mummy Demastered, and Mega Man Legends 1. That's it. That's the full list. Uh-oh. Ah! But remember, evil, Logue. Like Valerian right now? Evil. Ah! Someday I'll go back and actually finish Mega Man 9. I put it down because it was literally hurting my hand. Yep, that's the kneecap Memorial Fund. We are gathered here today to recognize Lore's kneecaps. Kneecaps? What's a kneecap? Don't answer that question. I've been debating the animal thing, because they're clearly the gimmick of the game, and I do appreciate how the moves change when you're in them. But, like, I don't know. I'm not very impressed with them. But I suppose I should probably acknowledge that Valerian exists. Yep, pure evil, Luke. No nuance. God, it's so... You know the other thing that pissed me off about that show? It's such a childish show. And I mean that as an insult, to be very clear. There's this wonderful scene where out of absolutely nowhere, they're like, by the way, monarchies are bad, so we're going to establish a republic. And that's it. It's so token. It comes out of absolutely nowhere. There's no build up to it. There's no follow through of it. It's just, by the way, oh, also the monarchy is still sticking around. Okay, bye. What? God, I hate that show. It was a very worthwhile show to cover. But, man. Now I got a bow when my back hurts. Hang on, let me see if I can stretch my back while I'm doing this. There we go. Thank you, Valerian, very, very much. Was that 200 or 250? It was 250. Real talk. I know, right, Omega Legion? It was just a complete nothing burger of an ending. Real talk, if you want to look at Dragon Prince, watch the first 3 seasons. And then stop. Just stop. Do not continue the series. Final Fantasy 11. Dragon Quest 7. What's the premise? Fantasy setting. And, well, midnight. Like, I'm not sure there is a premise there, to be quite honest with you. It is a fantasy setting thing. It's a show of a story with stuff happening in it. You see, the elves and humans don't like each other because racism. Like, there's no hook, right? Now, to be clear, that's fine. I do not mean that as an insult. I've heard some people say that you absolutely need to have a hook for a fictional setting to deserve to exist. And to be very clear, I don't agree with that. God damn it! That's the second time it's killed me. Yeah, also the first season gave me headaches because I'm a moron. That's actually not a joke. In fact, for the most part, I didn't actually pay attention to the first season, as in I just kind of listened to it rather than watched it. So they were trying to deliberately ape anime in the first season, and I do stress the word ape. So they downcranked it, that's the wrong term, but whatever, so that the show was at about 15 frames per second or whatever. I know that doesn't translate literally, it's like animates on 6s, I think is what that's actually called. It was literally headache-inducing. I have nothing else to add to that. Yeah, it physically hurts to watch, so I just didn't. I listened to it for the most part. Thankfully, Season 2 got rid of that nonsense in a hurry. Yeah, you know what? You want to hear the pitch? You want to hear the pitch for the Dragon Prince? This is not a joke. It's done by the people who made Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's what got them in the door. Yeah, I saw that, Omega Legion. I am not watching that. I mean, Avatar: The Last Airbender is probably one of the most popular shows of its type that I'm aware of. So, it makes sense that that's the draw. No judgment, no nothing. Just... I mean... Ah! No, wait. No. Listen, I blame Blade Taval for basically everything, really. Right now, we're still going through MLP. It's a big show. It's taking a while. Oh, right. Not even going to consider it, Luke. I've got better things to do with my time. Yeah, actually, after all, MLP was the first show we ever reviewed, so we were still kind of building the system back then. That was the origination of the 7-number system, aka the colors. Hey, Giga. I have no idea. That's right, Giga. I expect to see some galactic conquest, Giga. Or I'll be very cross. That would actually be very cool, Omega Legion. But no, we live in a world that is the one we currently live in. I could have listed something specific there, but honestly, just take your pick at this point. Do it, Giga. Do it. Honestly, and I mean this sincerely, I think games got lucky. For as much as we complain about how much people tend to copy wrong games, games are probably some of the least copy-wronged material amongst media, like, entertainment media. Like, look at the state of music for a second. I sure hope not, Chill Penguin, because we're probably running that game this year. Yeah, if gaming companies decided to really push down on copyright, then they would succeed. Just to put that as nicely as I possibly can. It would, Omega Legion. I'm not sure they care. Like, when has hurting their own industry ever bothered any idiots in a suit who have made stupid decisions before? Hmm. Okay. Back to fire, I guess. No, fire. Honestly, I don't think they are Linear Earth. I just think they're out there busy ruining other aspects of the world first. Because, yeah, games are just newer. And I know that sounds strange for something that's been around for like 50 years, but think about that for a second. The music industry has been awful for the centuries plus range, to put that into a bit of perspective. Like, most people currently in this chat, gaming has been developing within our lifetimes, right? Oh, 100%. It's absolutely something that's a risk. Whenever Gabe Newell dies, we're going to face an interesting time. Plenty of people could step up. It's not guaranteed to be bad. Oh, nice, Omega Legion. Ah. I've noticed we've started to have the beginnings of level design, too. Yeah, exactly, Valerian. When Gabe Newell dies, the king is dead. What happens after that? Who knows? Gosh darn it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Omega Legion. I am also not a fan of Kid Icarus. In fact, I've only ever beaten it with save codes or whatever. Oh, jeez. Ice with fish physics. Ah! Yeah, like it or not, at the moment, Valve is sort of... I hesitate to say this because it feels so diminutive, but it's true. Valve is pretty much singularly the reason that PC gaming is in as good of a state as it is right now. Oh, no, no. I was actually pretty close. I hate those things so much. Yeah, pretty much, load. Yeah, that's the trade-off. We have to accept no Half-Life 3, no Nothing 3, but PC gaming. Not only that, it's... I'm trying to think of the nicest way to phrase this. If you have any issues with Steam or what they do, which I do too, it's worth noting, please try to remember that when you look at gaming as a whole and what gaming companies try to get away with, Steam is so much above that line. It's sort of pathetic, honestly. Yeah, Tim Sweeney is a perfect example of an individual and a company, Epic, that is desperately trying to drag the industry down into the gutters. Nothing can live up to the hype, Spartan. Nothing. Kirby's just, he's trying something new out, you know? Okay. Yeah, exactly, Omega Legion. And again, that is way better than it could be. All you have to do is look at what Volkswagen or BMW have been doing, or what Adobe does, or similar companies, in order to try what Microsoft is currently in the middle of doing, in order to look at how much worse Steam can get than the fact that you do not technically own your games. It goes down from there, is my point. I am not trying to glaze Steam. I'm trying to say that it is not hard to point to the rest of the industry currently. This is not a hypothetical, someday maybe, oh no's. This is a industries in software are already worse than this situation. Right? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, Steam is the Costco of PC gaming. Are they perfect? Nope. Are they better than the competition? Yup. An autoscroller. Which shoves me. What is shoving me? Ah! You ever wonder that? What is actually shoving you along? Oh, speaking of Microsoft, hey, stop making AI slop, Microsoft. Because that's what you're doing, is making AI slop. Continuing. Well, you don't own your games on Steam, for one thing, Elazar. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt their terrible, terrible feelings. I'll use the other S word instead. Except I won't, because they're not worth that. Yeah, they also have kind of a built-in DRM, because you have to be online to grab and play them. That actually varies a little bit based on the game. Like, I've played plenty of games offline on Steam, but you still need to be online to, you know, download them, obviously, because it's all digital. Woo. Speaking of which, hypothetically good news on the GOG front, while we're at it. I just realized what the game wants from me. I have to get through this entire stage without taking damage. Alright. Alright, I can do that. I can do that. Oh, just that GOG is no longer a publicly traded company. Which is what I like to call universally good news. Oh, well then it's terrible news. Never mind. Ignore me. I know nothing. No! In that case, no news whatsoever about GOG. Ignore me. God damn it. God damn it, no! Ah, this frickin' stage. I blame Mook. This is all Mook's fault. Mook, how dare. Wonder how much progress I'd lose if I game over. Yep, this is my fault, Luke. If you're wondering what the hell I'm doing, so I have to get to the end of the stage with the fire power-up. Which means I have to not take damage until the end of the stage. Which means I need to get through this section without taking any damage. So we're going to cheese this a little bit. Okay. I have to keep not taking damage. Oh god, oh god. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. No! Just see if there's any around here. I don't think there are. No. See you around, load. Sure, Venters. Here's the answer to the question you're probably about to ask. It's a distraction. Well, ironically, that is what I was about to comment on, and it is a distraction. That is, unironically, the truth. Listen, if you're ever a brutal, tyrannical dictator, pro tip, start a war. Distracts people like crazy. That's not actually a joke. That is a tried and true method for many countries for many years. Centuries, actually. I like how we eat the eggshell off of the chick as it's hatching. Something about that, you know? Yeah, Argentina is actually a pretty good example of that. Okay. Gonna wait patiently. Murder him horribly. Wait patiently. Murder horribly. And murder horribly. Okay. Now that we've murdered everyone horribly, we can actually progress. Of course I think it's a bad thing, but I also think it could be a worse thing. No. No, there's no way they expect me to get all the way to here. With the frigging fish. Alright, hold on, hold on. You've got to be kidding me. We have to get through the stage with the frickin' fish. Yeah, this might be our first negative. As a reminder, this is mandatory. We have to do this. We have to get through this stupid stage with the fish, who doesn't work very well out of water, if you're not familiar, because, and this is shocking, he's a fish. Okay. One second, one second. I just... Just bear with me, Giga. Bear with me. He's a fish. And unlike you, he is not capable outside of the water. Alright, hang on. I gotta write down some stuff. Give me just a second. I'm just... Alright, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, you get... So, to be clear, you have to get through the stage with the fish and the fire. You can get the fire right before the room you need it, but that still means you need to not lose the fire in the room. But that means you have to get through the whole stage with the fish. No, we're not save stating it. I'm not going to cheat on this game. The game doesn't deserve that. Although I was told recently that I and my review system have no honor because of the fact that every now and again I will go back and redo a section to get rid of a cheat flag. This is a real complaint I got recently. I keep repeating it because I keep finding it absolutely hysterical. Yep. Shame to me and to my house. Dishonor upon me and upon my cow. You can do this, Giga. We all believe in you. If it makes you feel any better, Gigapudding, the encounter you're about to do is not one of the hardest encounters in the game. Yeah, I've only done the one playthrough myself of Turbo Hard DOS 2. It was fun. Took a while. That's a do an encounter a night kind of a thing. Okay, where the hell do I get the stupid fish? It's from 2 Base Master! 2 Base Master, where's the fish? Where is the fish, 2 Base Master? Tell me! Well, there it is, clearly. Thank you very much for the sub, 2 Base Master, as always. What's the other stage? Where do we get the stupid fish? Give me a second. I will jot that down. So, let me give you a weird piece of advice, Rax. Skip DOS 1. But I like to play the game. And skip DOS 1. Fire Emblem, 3 houses, triangle strategy, and tyranny. So, while I try to find this stupid fish, let me give you a slightly more in-depth reason why I think you should skip DOS 1. Let's start with the most obvious point. DOS 1 has no story. Now, normally when I say that I'm being facetious, but I'm kind of not in this case. I should mention, I've actually played through DOS 1 multiple times in my life, and as of this moment in time, I'm still not 100% certain what the main plot is of that game. Because it isn't. For those of you not aware, they were running severely low on time, budget, and whatever else. I actually don't remember the full story right now. But something was wrong, and so they decided to cram and smash out the story in about a week, I want to say. Oops, wrong one, wrong one. And it shows. So the story of DOS 1, because obviously there's characters and narrative and dialogue, is, you like jokes, right? Imagine the entire story is just them riffing. Because that's what it is. Okay, I might be willing to go into a save state here. Now I have to retain this thing, which I'm already failing at doing. That's great. Yeah, I'm not being facetious when I say it's just jokes, by the way. That really is just the truth. It's just random joke after random joke after random joke. Occasionally you get a reference. Now, hang on, you're probably thinking, what about the gameplay? Real talk? The gameplay's pretty solid. In fact, in several ways, I think the gameplay is a little bit better than DOS 2's. Only a little bit. Not a big deal. I'll make another save state here. However, real talk, if you really want to enjoy DOS 1, I cannot recommend it unless you're playing with a friend. You're just not going to get the same experience from it if you're not playing it co-op. Okay, so fun fact, me and my friends actually did our playthrough of DOS 2 after we finished playing Baldur's Gate 3. It was wild. Hang on one second. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Please go... well, okay, that works. No, it doesn't work. No, they can't do inventory and they couldn't make a quest log to save their lives. So, the long and the short of it, 2Base Master, is I watch for how many people have voted to determine when we cut it off. Right now, we have way too few people voting, so you've got some time. But the thing that we're waiting on is people voting. It's kind of a weird situation. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. That's easier than I thought it would be. Yeah, it's a weird little catch-22. You've got plenty of time because you're holding it up. No. No. This is actually worse than I thought it was. Let me get back to it. And then I'll explain how absolutely stupid this is. I have 1 health, I just noticed that. And, yeah, okay. Let me explain how stupid this is. So I have to get the fish. Then I have to get the flame. Then I have to get all the way down to that part where there's those blocks that I can't get rid of. So I have to melt the blocks that are in the way. I have to keep the flame. I have to then drop the flame with the select button, inhale the block to open the path, quickly re-inhale the flame, and then use the fish, which I have not lost, to go down in order to be able to then access the area to get the thing. So because I lost the flame earlier, I failed. I have to retain fish and flame all the way to the end, or it is a fail state. So you see how that's the hamster? Because this is random, by the way. So that does not help. So we're going to start over again, because there's no reliable way to get the fish. At least not that I'm aware of off the top of my head here. Just think. Is this worse than just DOS 2 honor mode? Yes, it is. Fish? It's the hamster. You're playing DOS 2, you have save states. I suppose that's fair, Giga. Is there another fish somewhere around here? Yes, where is this? Stage 3. Okay. I'm very curious what's going to happen when we game over here soon. Because this has just been a colossal pain in my ass for the last, like, half hour now. I've never actually heard of it. I'm sorry, Elazar. Wait, you mean Gollum, don't you? From Lord of the Rings. This game actually does have saves. What I don't know is how it works when you game over. I mean, honestly, in the interest of testing, I should probably test that regardless. Piece of the fish. It's the fish. So what do I think of the game Gollum? Well, I haven't played it, obviously. But it's probably trash. Oh god, you're right, Omega Legion. That's not even a joke. This game has literally almost been as long as the original game was. That's not a joke. At the very least, it's not mine. It's now the quote-unquote hard part. Instantly gets hit. It's okay, I got 3 health left. That's something. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god! Let's see what happens when we game over. This is a good time to test that. So we started with 2 lives, but otherwise pretty much at the exact same spot. Okay. It's exactly what it was in the previous game, so that makes sense. So stage 3. That's an interesting question, Rax. What was the first Sonic game to get rid of lives? Because I know the first Mario game to get rid of lives. And the first Mega Man game. Hint, it hasn't happened yet with Mega Man. Can I help you, dude? I just want a hug! No hugs. 6 feet. Yeah, but I meant like a real Mega Man gameplay tool. Oh, wow. So here's a question. When did Frontiers come out? Because I think that's more recent than Odyssey. Which was the first Mario game to get rid of. Okay, Fish Get. 2022. Wow. Yeah. That's some artifact design right there. I feel like Forces had them. Among other terrible things. And a great song. One great song. Okay, we have fire, we have fish. We have lost fire. We have fire again. I accept that, because that's going to make this easier. So if I screw up here, I have to do all this all over again. Again. Oh, that was actually pretty close. Okay, we're here with the fish and the fire. Still haven't actually used a load state. This is Oko mode. If I get hit at all, I'm screwed. I probably haven't really emphasized this. Do you know there's ice physics for this whole section? Okay, doing good, doing good. Okay. I'm going to indulge in a save state here. Just to make me feel better. Okay, so I need those guys to go away. Just go away. I don't want to think about you. Okay. Okay, I think we did it. If I could scooch through here. Or do I need two? Oh, come on. So did you know that if you spit something into an existing power-up, it destroys the power-up? Please be the fish. No. I probably knew that on some level. How long have I been trying to do this? So the chat doesn't scroll far enough back, but we're currently at the 28-minute mark, as far back as chat has scrolled. So over 28 minutes at the moment. Okay, for real? Could you stop killing me, please? No, he cannot. Let's just go get a new fish. Let's just go get a new fish. I think I could pretty fairly argue a triple negative for this, by the way. I can even go down into specifics. But what it really boils down to is the fact that every failure state means having to leave the stage, go get the fish again, come back, fight this mini-boss again, while taking minimal damage or no damage. Get to the end of this, you have a very brief chance to get fire if you lose fire on the way there. Then go through the next section, which is hard to do as the fish, while dealing with fire damage, or sorry, not fire damage, sorry, ice physics, while trying not to lose the fire damage. And if you do literally anything wrong, the entire attempt is invalidated, because you need to get to the end in a perfect state. That was actually really close. Okay. Fire plus fish. This is 4-3, I think? No, this is 4-4. Yeah, 4-4. I remember an old argument. This was years and years ago, before I even started streaming. It boiled down to, if a game gives you infinite attempts to retry, then it's not actually a hard game. It was one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard of, especially since every game gives you infinite attempts to retry. It was just hit restart on the game and start over. Also true, Moog. Really wish I could just go down with one. I've managed one twice now. There. I do not feel accomplished for having done that. Now, I'm going to indulge in a save, because I'm not sure if I have to beat this stage now. And I do not feel like doing that again. But I think we're good to move on. What's going on with my fireballs? Okay, yeah, that counted. Oh my god. Okay. 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 This game is already twice as long as the original, and we're approaching the length of the second one. Oh. Yeah, we have to get those gems in each world, otherwise we can't actually beat the game. So, this introduced that concept to the Kirby series. Several future Kirby games do the exact same thing, where there's like a boss, which is like, I'm the boss, but not really. And there's almost always a thing saying, I'm not really the boss. Go get the such and such in order to fight the real boss and see the real ending. That's this game started that concept, and most Kirby games do this to some extent or another. Getting the gems allows you to fight Dark Matter at the end. All right, so let me just let's do this. So I hope you like pink. Let me jot down some thoughts here. Okay. Where the heck are we? Red Canyon. Whoops, no! I can't wait to see Red Canyons. In fact, let's just look where it is right now. Where's the rainbow? Okay, it's in stage 5. Okay, so I don't have to think about it until stage 5. Yes, this is what Giga looks like. In real life, actually. Whenever she hasn't had her cup of coffee in the morning. Giga! Giga, we need you to go play Golden State. Huh? Hang on. Let me get my coffee. There we go. Okay. You don't drink coffee? Well, there's your problem! Yes, Giga was always from Innsmouth. Could you please attack me in a manner so that I can attack you back? Thank you. Oh, you son of a submariner. Second move now. Okay, there's the beam attack. I was wondering when that would make an appearance. You know, I've actually given a couple of level positives too, but it really continues to amuse me how simple most of these levels continue to be. I don't even necessarily mean it as an insult, it's just kind of weird. Like, normally I'd say, well, it's a Game Boy game, and there's only so much you can do with Game Boy platformers. But there's some counter-arguments to that, including the previous Game Boy game of this very franchise. Okay, sure. Actually, yeah. This is pretty much exactly what I was expecting from the original game. I think ultimately to answer X's question, not that X is there anymore. I feel like the addition of the animals works, but probably not for the right reason. It worked for the same reason Yoshi worked. Well, it does expand the kit barely. It's mostly nothing really fancy. The main benefit is that it gives you an extra health bar. I do like the extra health bar. That's my fault. No, the problem was I actually forgot that I had a weapon equipped at all. I was trying to hail the dude because he was a sword. It was the first sword I'd seen. You know, like that. What's funny is I'm not sure the sword's even a weapon in this one, which is kind of why I wanted to grab it. Okay, game. Pretty bad so far, Baron. I also admit my patience for it is slowly dwindling because of the literal over half an hour I spent on one stupid stage. So I'm probably playing a bit worse now. That would have been really funny if he just gave me Cutter. No. Adventure did that. The NES one. By the way, to talk about game design for a second, because I'm just sitting here just glaring at my screen a little bit. This section here isn't a perfect example, but I'm pretty sure the next section after this is a really good example of how this isn't really level design. Oh, no, never mind. It was the previous section. Never mind. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I thought it was on the previous stage again. Well, whatever. No game design talk for you. Sorry, everyone. Nobody wanted to hear me talk about game design anyways. You son of a Submariner. Could you do an attack that lets me attack you, please? Thank you. I'm losing the will to play the game. I need to refocus. Okay. There, I've successfully hit him once. Yeah, maybe I should play an actually hard game. Just to revitalize myself for a second. Oh my god. He gives us Cutter. As expected. Hi, Danielle. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to make the bag an obstacle. That's a very strange thing. So, I told you I'd talk about bad level design. So, slow incline, no actual difficulty. A couple of breaking blocks over just empty pits and easily to avoid spikes. Breakable blocks over enemies. And then basic breakable blocks over power-ups. There we go. This is actually the section I want to point out. This is the level design of the entire game in one screen. Or in one section, one cell. There isn't any. This is a 70s arcade game. You move from one side to the other side of the screen. And you occasionally hit the jump button. There's no design here. There's no placement of enemies in a way that actually informs any themes. There, in fact, are no themes whatsoever. As a reminder, themes is a game design thing, not just a story thing. There's just... go to the right. This is what I mean when I say there's no design to this game. It's just, okay. That's it. By definition, that's a neutral, a wash. Because, you know, there's nothing there. But it's still a little aggravating. Especially after the previous two games. And again, I want to stress that being on the Game Boy is no excuse. This is, what, 1993? By this point in time, I think we've already had Mario Land 2 on the Game Boy. I could be wrong, but I know we've had Mario Land 2 on the Game Boy. Oh, sorry, 95. Sorry, I got my date wrong. No, that makes sense, because it's been 3 years. Yeah. So there's even less possible reason for this to be this nonsense. I like how he throws Kirby as his weapon, by the way. Yeah, okay, fine. Go, 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 go! Why? Why? Rick's like, you know, I could climb slightly faster, but I've decided I'd rather die. Death is preferable. In the end, all we are is defined by our death. Therefore, I choose to define my death in my own way. No one will decide my death but me. That's mean, game. Do you like those one-up traps, by the way? That's cute. I throw Kirby before I die. And now we are fish. We have once again given in to the Giga. Ain't nobody as Giga as we. Alright, so. Now we have lost the Giga, as was foretold. In case you haven't noticed, by the way, those enemies, they only really do one thing. They specifically make it so you lose your companion once they hit you. That's it. That's their gimmick. Yeah, that's kind of a dick move. Well, thank goodness there's not a lot of sucking up we do in this game, Frescoborn. I mean, could you imagine a Kirby game where you inhale enemies as a regular game mechanic? That would be true insanity. Listen, I would never accuse Kirby of being a vacuum cleaner. Great comic book creator? Sure. Well. You know, it just occurred to me the placement of that is kind of uniquely dickish, right in the middle there. That completely interrupts most common avoidance arcs. So you have to do up against the wall arcs in order to avoid attacks. Just random thoughts. Is a bird. No, not a plane, a bird. Pay attention. Yes, the hoot's all here. You know, I'm starting to get the distinct impression that I didn't really miss out on much by not actually playing this game. Yeah, Giga, obviously. Darn it. Why does that persist for so long? Well, by the time this game came out, I wasn't a kid anymore, but still. Okay, so to get this rainbow drop, we need Rick and we need Spark. So once again, we need to have the right combo. Let's see if this is as bad as last time. So, I wasn't going to share this anecdote, but Pax and I were talking about the Kirby games and his experience with them, because he actually had a Game Boy when he was a kid. Well, a teenager. Yay! Thank you for voting, Izmir Star. If you mention something in Discord, I'll give you a voting sticker. Yeah, Rick Spark shouldn't be too bad, as long as we can find a Rick and a Spark. But he never beat this game. And that led me to kind of question why. And he's like, well, I don't actually remember. I just remember being really frustrated with it. There is a sticker. If you mention something in the LGA channel and aren't lying to me, then you get a sticker. So we have Spark. Whoop, hello, hello, hello. I hope we don't have to bring Rick in from out of level again, although I bet you we do. I can honestly recommend the first one on the Game Boy. It's ridiculously short. We smashed through it in an hour. In fact, honestly, probably a little bit less than an hour, but I just kind of rounded up. Yeah, vertical auto-scroller, and I have this really awful feeling we need to do this with Rick. That's the hamster, by the way. So we need to go find Rick. Yes, that's the naked lady room. That's an interesting point, because we actually just saw, not too long ago, actually, back in Adventure, that they managed to do something just fine with that. Let's see, here's Giga. Hang on, I gotta give a sticker really quick to Giga. There we go. And here is a sticker for Mirror Star. Boop. I know it's hard to see. But in case you want to see the full size, it's right next to your name in Discord. And if you want to see the full size one, give me a sec. Give me a second. I threw it together just as a for funsies thing. I mean, the whole LGAs is just for funsies. I mean, all of life is just for funsies. Did you vote, Elizar? I think I gave you one already, Bregman. Could be wrong, though. Hang on a second. Where did I put this stupid sticker? There it is. So here's what the sticker looks like full-sized. See? So you can see it like you see how I've got the Imperial icon right next to my name, and Rax has it too, actually. You have a little I voted sticker up there, name. I need to give Jay Palmer their thing too. There we go. Ah, okay. So, yes, I think Rick was in stage 1. I think you're right, because that was where we could pick up whoever. And thankfully, and I do like this, we can just exit. In fact, I need to give a positive for that. Let me double check something real quick. Well, if you put it in Discord, then I could see it and be like, aha! And give you a real-life positive. It's a sticker, but it counts as a positive. Now, here's the really funny thing. Mega Man X1, which has the same concept, predates this game. Darn it, Bregman, you were too sticker-tastic. That's true. Super Mario World has... I didn't even think about that, because I almost never use it, but you're right. Super Mario World has it as well. Whoops. So let's just put this under here. Okay, so yeah, let's go back to stage 1. Let's pick up a Rick. As long as he doesn't get the stone ability, we're fine. There's Spark, and there's Rick. Okay, where are we going for this? Okay. So, I need to not lose anything. Oh my god, look at Kirby's face. Oh my god. Poor Kirby. Although then again, look at the poor hamster. I'm so sorry, Rick. Oh no, it doesn't work underwater. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it works at extremely short name. No, they named the hamster. I didn't name anything. If I was going to name the hamster, I'd name him Dr. Filey. Yes, yes. So I actually had a guinea pig once who was named Dr. Wiley. He died. No! No, 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 no! No! It's okay. New spark. Okay, kept the spark, lost the spark immediately. Perfect, perfect. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Let's see if there's a spark on the way up, because I don't remember if there is or not. Yeah, they don't live very long. Wow. Frisco, I want you to shoot me. I want you to just shoot me right in the head, please. I'm begging you. You voted on everything already? That's extremely fast. Did you know that there are 75 separate contests to vote for, Elazar? I know this because I counted this morning. Yeah, the irritation is I gotta get all the way through all this nonsense before I can even try to do the part that's actually hard. Use me. I'm Mr. Red. Yep. The good news is there's a spark right here. Bad news is everything else. Escort missions, Rex. Okay. Is it just me, or is this scroll rate way too fast for what they're going for here? Just me? Almost did make that, by the way. Actually, I have straight up rewinding in this game. By the way, that was it. I had succeeded. I was right there. I had to go approximately 5 more feet in order to get the rainbow drop and be done with the level. We call that tripping at the finish line. Well, it's not this one, Colgrim. You know, I just realized this is kind of a run-back problem, isn't it? This is the Dark Souls of Kirby games. Oh. Yes, Kirby is now the Dark Souls of platformers. Kirby Souls. I'd play it. I think the thing that really bothers me the most, ignoring the fact that I want to, you know, rip out my own hair right now, is it's so binary. Any fail state of any kind whatsoever means starting over completely from scratch. And in this game, that actually means going to a completely separate stage in order to be able to get the power-up you were no longer having. I think that's what's really bothering me most about this. Armored Curb. Honestly, if it wasn't for the save and quit, this would be atrocious. Could you imagine if I had to then beat this stage with Rick, without losing him, every time I went and got him? Keeping in mind, by the way, that your health status at the end of a stage is retained. So I'd have to get Rick and then keep him without taking damage throughout the stage. What's really funny is all of the things I'm having issues with the rainbow drops, you know, the mandatory endgame stuff. Which I just point out because I actually think that Chill Pangolin is correct. I think that they finished the game and they're like, oh shoot, I've got an idea. And so they came up with a thing where you had to have a very specific combination of things in a certain stage in order to be able to get the gems. And that's it, right? If you successfully enter the area with the correct combos, you're good. Jump, you goddamn piece of garbage. Jump, or I will kill you. Just to make me feel better, because I haven't loaded yet. My ear itches. Actually, yeah, Shadow Machine, that's a good comparison point. In several ghosts and ghouls, in order to access X, Y, or Z, You need a specific combination of things, and if you don't, tough. That's it. Oh yeah, there's a lot of traps they've been doing, I've noticed. There. That gets into the definition of what qualifies as mandatory for Scope 1, which is a definition I don't like to get into. Because, in my experience, the word mandatory is weird. Like, what's mandatory to beat Ocarina of Time, for example? And the answer is, well, you have to get to Goma, and then you can beat the game. And that's not actually a joke. The way I like to think of it, this is just preference. The way I like to think of it is intended mandatory, right? As in, what do they consider to be the critical path? And I would personally argue that, you know, actually engaging with dark matter, especially given the events of Dreamland 3 and Kirby 64, that they probably want you to do that, right? They probably want you to do the dark matter fight, and they probably want you to see the real ending, right? I think that would qualify as mandatory. But I fully acknowledge that the word is doing some heavy lifting there. Now, that really wasn't nearly as bad as the previous stage, but I still think I could fairly objectively say that that was not a particularly good thing. And the specific reasons why are twofold. First of all, the same reason as last time. Any mistake at any point in the chain means screw you. If you lose Rick, go back to the previous level to get Rick again. If you lose Spark, there is one last point where you could get it, which is right before you start the autoscroller. And if you lose Spark after that, screw you, right? I don't consider that a super amazing concept, right? The second thing is that autoscroller is just scrolling way too fast, especially given the way it's designed. Like, if you actually look at the level, I actually have maps over here. If you actually look at the stage itself, there's plenty of interesting little side stuff, little paths, and there's like a little thing you could get, and all of it is just traps. All of it's just there to trick the player into thinking, ooh, a one-up, right? Instead of trying to reward you for scooching over and grabbing something. Like, I hate to use this comparison because this is kind of a low-hanging fruit, but there's several stages in Mario World, I use Mario World specifically, which are auto-scrollers, which are, they clearly designed the speed at a rate so it is difficult to go get the side thing, but not impossible. Okay, maybe impossible is the wrong word, but you know what I mean, right? It's within a range of acceptability to be able to go and grab the side stuff as you're going through the autoscroller, as opposed to just being something that is a trap, for those of you not aware. The concept of a trap is very simple. It's actually a really old gameplay concept going back to arcade stuff because it was designed to pretty much force the player to die, so they had to put another quarter in, right? A one-up that's over a bottomless pit is the classic example of a trap, right? You go get the one-up and then you die. That's a trap. Oh, 1 second. Ah. Also true, Rex. I mean, I've always pointed to Yoshi's Island as a great example of how to build a game to be easy and hard just based on level design. For those of you who've never seen me play, and I think I've compared this to Sonic 3, or excuse me, you've compared this to Sonic 3 as well, Rex, is that Yoshi's Island, for those of you who don't remember, is actually a really easy game if you don't want to get all of the flowers and coins and all that stuff. If you do, it becomes a much harder game immediately. Hang on, I just save, just pause. I'm tired of hearing that. So let me. Yeah, exactly. Same concept, same idea. It's actually a shame. I don't mind easy mode stuff. Like, I enjoy what Mario Wonder did, for example. Well, actually, I wondered it both, didn't it? I didn't even think about that. What's a better example? I guess Odyssey would be a better example. No, no, 3D World would be a better example. Because 3D World is actually honestly a little bit too easy of a game, unless you want to do everything, in which case, boom. The reason I pulled back on Wonder is because Wonder actually has selectable characters, which are just easier. They just have mechanics that make the game easier. But then they also do the hard mode thing in level design. So, anyways, here have some music. And I don't need to type that twice. Okay, sorry about that. So, who's our boss? We got this, Rick. Oh god, it's the sun and moon. I hate the moon. It's a boss you can only kill with the fish. That would actually be really funny. Of course, the moon throws a crescent boomerang. What else would the moon throw? God dang it. Ah! It's the fishmonger. That's a new attack. I like how the sun, when we destroy it, looks like a cratered asteroid or something. Is there something you want to tell me, son? Right. Yeah, sorry for killing the sun, everyone. My bee. Oh my god, Arspruce. Oh my god. You know what's really funny? This still probably puts this ahead of most platformers in the Game Boy. What? Why was the fish in the clouds? Whatever. Alright. Where's the rainbow? Let's just get that out of the way. Okay, it's in stage 2. Okay, so we're gonna need the cutter ability in stage 2. So we need to keep an eye out for that. Still don't have the bombs. I wonder when they added the bombs. At this point, it's got to be, like, Super. Because I'm pretty sure the bombs were in Super. Not... Other than being a Mafia thug, not really, Elizar. That's not a joke, by the way. I gave it its own negative for character assassination. So this is fun. So the walkthrough I have kind of up on the side to make sure I don't miss any of the rainbow drops says, and I quote, no map this time, by the way. It says, the rainbow drop is blocked off by 3 blocks that must be destroyed by cutter ability. The method to getting it is long and tedious. Okay, but like, what is the method to get it? We may never know. Oh, right, of course. Sorry, Valerian. I don't know what I was thinking. God, apparently. I'm just being the weirdo here for wanting some info. Lots of cutters on stage 1, so that's actually a good sign. Lots of ways to replenish when we screw this up. For we will. And by we, I mean I. I shouldn't blame you for my flaws. Speaking of. Holy crap, a 1-up. It's the first time I've ever gotten that. Yoshi came out in 1991, I want to say. Kirby was a full year later, in 92. Might have been earlier. When did Super Mario World come out? No, Mook. It just sets you back to the overworldy kind of a thing. Uh-oh, it's the Meta Knight people. Who are just there, apparently. It's kind of weird, but okay. There you go, 1990. I thought it was 90. It's late 90s, but still. Okay. Just gonna move on from that. Oh, Jesus! Wasn't ready. So there's the things I need the cutter for. And there's the end of the stage. Okay. Let's go grab a cutter. God damn it! Stop dying before I can eat you. Thanks. Thanks, game. I appreciate you. So you may not know this, but after you drop from a certain height, you do this weird bounce, during which you don't actually have control of your character. If you're wondering how I died there. The last time. The first two times was just me being an idiot. Okay. Operation Don't Get Hit has already failed. Jeez, I didn't even have time to talk it up. But yeah, these are ice blocks. You could tell because they look so much like an ice block. Let's just scooch by these. Don't mind me. Operation Failure. Okay. Okay. Well, that... Damn. Well, now I gotta find Cutter again. Okay. That's unfortunate. Oh no, I just had a thought about where I'm probably supposed to get Cutter. What do you want to bet it wants me to use the ice thing to break open the way? And then go all the way back to the earlier parts and then go get Cutter from there. And then go back to the exit that I've now opened. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet that's actually the long and tedious? Because I don't see any cutters here. This requires Spark, which I obviously also do not have. And now we're here. Yeah, okay, okay. So, let's be clear. Character assassination is a universally negative trope. If a character is assassinated, that's a bad thing. Because what that means is a character has been ruined from an out-of-character perspective. Okay? Now, has there any been times where a character should die in order to serve the narrative? Yeah, tons. That I would go so far as to say is semi-frequent. although some writers seem to think that killing off a character is the easy mode for... developing investment? Hello? Why is this not working? Yeah, some writers are scared of killing off characters. Okay. Good morning, Evo. Welcome to Hell. Also known as a beloved game from the mid-90s. God, what else came out in 95? But... so if I can't eat those guys... Yoshi's Island! One of the best 2D platformers we have ever reviewed. Oh yeah, Donkey Kong Country 2. Oh, it's been great, Evo. I spent half the time of the original game on a single puzzle in this game. Now, granted, some of that is on me, but only some. See, a character I wanted to die in WoW. I mean, I suppose Garrosh counts, but like that feels like a gimme, because actually, you know, I don't dislike Garrosh. Actually, he's a great character. So this is, what stage is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-2. There we go. Okay. Let's pull this up. Let's go full screen. Is there another source of cutter here? So that's our goal, and we need cutter for that. And we need ice for this, and there's no other source of cutter in the first stage. So if there's a source of cutter, it has to be here. Or doesn't exist. At least there. Oh. Yeah, Gallowix needed to die too, but he was also a good character. Like, it feels like Eleazar's asking about characters that are bad characters. That's a little trickier. Let's pull up the Kirby wiki. They're usually pretty solid. No, the actual Kirby wiki, not the fandom one. Here we go. No, Mr. Ed, I've never played, what did we do recently? Oh yeah, Pokemon Red immediately alongside Pokemon Violet. I have never done that before. Ever. Yeah, meanwhile, fandom can continue to go to hell. I'm really glad that so many of the wikis I like have transitioned off of fandom. It's probably part of why I like them, if I'm being honest, is that they're the kind of wiki who looked at fandom and said, we're good. Yeah, fandom is pretty crap, as a fresh reminder. Okay, Rainbow Drop, here we go. Ah, okay. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Fextra, but they are still better than Fandom. All right. What? Okay, so I have to walk into the stage with Kine, get Kine all the way to the second screen, second section, um, go through a chamber, swim against the thing, fight a mini-boss, which gets me the Spark ability, and then I have to go free Rick after a second fight, excuse me. So a second mini, so I have to bring in a fish. I have to, oh my god. I have to bring in a fish. I have to get to the second part while returning the fish. I have to fight a mini-boss, gain Spark, use Spark to free Rick, use Spark plus Rick to free the shot. Freeing the shot gives me access to Wayu. That's the owl. Use the owl to fight against the current to get the cutter ability. Use the cutter ability to get the rainbow drop. Wow. Thank you, Radisvik, as always. Does Fextra absolutely litter their sites with data mining and crypto mining and stream botting and absolutely glut themselves with AI generated content? Sorry. And when I say litters, I mean if you walk onto a fandom site, okay, Fextra does do stream botting, of course it does. If you walk onto a fandom site without ad blocker, good luck at least finding anything. Okay, so early Castlevania, Morrowind, and Deus Ex Revision. Appreciate you, Radisvik. Thank you. I like how Evo immediately left. Just was like, no, I'm good. I'm done. So I need to find a place to get Kine, the fish. Where do I get the fish? Where fish? Well, I hope you're at least having a good meal. Because if you aren't... Here we go. Sorry, give me a sec. This is really frustrating trying to find any proper information about this. Oh, I hope you have fun, Evo. Because if you don't... Yes, this game is kind of trouble. Okay, hang on. Hang on, hang on. What? This is not as helpful as you think. Okay. Jesus Christ, Kitten Fan. Okay, so, okay. Oh god, I cannot stand junk in my keyboard. There's a reason I keep the goop right next to my keyboard at all time. Here's my little pro tip for the day. Color Coral. It's goop dust cleaner. You have to replace it every few months, or rather, whenever it goes bad. But it's a great way to get into crevices and get all that crap cleaned up. That was strange. It's sticky and it's goop. That's more or less the secret. There's no big fancy thing here. Well, this is interesting. Well, okay. That's why you have to throw it away after a while, because eventually it'll simply have so much dirt in it. Well, supposedly on stage 4, there's a chance to get a Kine. So we kind of need to go up there. Ah, it doesn't count. I'm just stealing. Ah! Kitten Fan stove. I would love... See, every now and again I wish I had, infinite power. Because I would love to reach out to Sakurai in particular and say, so what do you think of Kirby's Dream Land 2? As like a general question, and then depending on what he said, maybe lead into something more specific, like, what do you think about the fact that in order to get the drops, in order to see the actual ending, you need to do insert ridiculous process here, and actually go into detail on what the process is. On the off chance that he's forgotten. Just honestly curious of his opinion on that as a designer. Alright, this is it. This is a random one, everyone, so I need you all to be sending your energy, your prayers, your hopes, your dreams. I don't need to beat it, I just need to get a fish. Probably from this guy right here. And then I need to beat the stage and retain the fish, because if I don't, then I have to do the stage again. Which is one of my favorite things to do, is redoing stages over and over and over again. Okay, so that seeded the RNG. Okay. We've got fresh RNG now. I've actually been asked about that before. How I can enjoy speedrunning when I don't enjoy my time being wasted. I don't think those people understand what the word hobby means, but it's an interesting question to think about. I I don't even know what signing in would mean, Elizar. But if you say something on the Discord, I'll give you a vote sticker. If you want it, of course. Oh, trust me, I've gotten that one too. The reason I keep making fun of the I don't like platformers is because there's one person who said I would skip it to a specific platformer game I was playing, because clearly I just don't enjoy platformers. I mean, if you want me to track your votes, then that sucks to be you, Elizar, because I don't have tracking on. I can tell that someone voted, but not who voted and for what. Listen, I've been meaning to tell you this, Valerian. My extremely real Canadian girlfriend, who's now Australian, is actually a platformer. Alright, so we got bad RNG. Cool. That's an interesting... Well, that's probably just as well. I wouldn't want to do this with Kine, honestly. Did you see that plate? Oh my god, it's underwater. It's underwater. Oh my god, it's underwater. It's underwater. Why is it underwater? Ugh. Yeah, I'm really glad I didn't get Kine, actually. This probably would have sucked. Yeah, and that's why. Yes, I do believe that is Ricky the Hamster. Rick the Hamster. See what I mean? Why would you do that? Why would you have those one-ups there? Okay, so now we farm RNG. It's skill-based. I'm just terrible at the timing. I've always been terrible at the timing on that. I'm not even sure when the point is in which you're supposed to hit the jump button, which is part of the problem, so I don't know what I'm aiming for. Alright, come on. So this time we really do want the stupid fish. So come on, fish. Come on, get in the boat. Fish, come on, get in the boat. Fish, fish. Fish. Worthless. Garbage. I leave you here, Rick, to die where you belong. In hell. You know, I just realized something. Really think about this for just a second. I need to walk into that other level with a fish, right? Okay, cool. The only available fish near here is random. Any screw-up on my part on the upcoming chain of crap I have to do means coming back here and farming RNG. Yes, we've reached Hell Actual. Points if you remember that. So that's the bird. No, this is bonkers. I do actually have an idea, but let's try one more roll of the dice before we try that. Yeah. We are setting some precedents here, Kara White Noise. I noticed Frisco-born left. I hope I wasn't pissing him off too much. I've been trying to be fair and only giving negatives for the stuff that's obviously the game's fault. Like, you know, having to farm a fish in order to have a chance at getting an item. You know what's really funny, Kitten Fan? That design philosophy is in the previous Kirby games as well. I even mentioned it for both Kirby Adventure and for Kirby's Dream Land 1. And it's Ricky. Alright, so since we have failed again, let's try something here. I'll laugh if this doesn't work. I Blue Fusion Bolt. As I am fond of saying, the score is... well, it's actually not up to date. It's about to be, though. I like that yellow. 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 I don't think the tree was the first boss in Forgotten Land. Don't quote me on that, though. I don't remember that well. Aw, have fun, Evo. Stay warm. Please have fun. Please. Please. Somebody needs to have fun today. Somebody. Anybody. Ah, it was the second boss in Forgotten Land. I knew it. Because it was the gorilla, right? And the reason I remember is because the eldest, who was a little bit younger when that game came out, beat the first... so the eldest has had this issue where they would have confidence issues, right? They were perfectly good at video games, more than capable of doing stuff, but they would get freaked out and just give up, right? Just any fail state, any hassle, any problem would lead to immediate giving up. Like, so, well, I can't do this. Now, if that sounds familiar, congratulations, you are also human. I remember myself having that exact same issue when I was about the same age, actually. So, guaranteed fish. Come on. Okay, good. I was actually a little worried I couldn't hit the star. It looks like we're good. Anyways, so Eldest and I were playing Forgotten Land, and I was kind of helping because that's, you know, of course I was. We got to the boss, and I just kind of put the controller down. It's like, no, you got this. And then, you know, said Eldest was more than capable of defeating the first boss all on their own. And I know that really seems like a minor thing, but I was actually really proud of him for that. Okay. Okay. I mean, beating the boss may or may not be a big deal. Overcoming your own anxieties and insecurities, much more important. So, what is labor of love? That's a good question, Elizar. The mere fact that you're asking me this makes me wonder, are you a robot? Elizar, do you know what love is? Do we need to introduce you to Captain Kirk, who can teach you about love in the creepiest, 60s-est way possible? Okay, so I need to start with ice power and get that. So let's just... I think I might finally be willing to throw up the cheat flag just to not have to do this whole song and dance again. So let's get rid of that. Why? Yeah, that's also pretty normal, Elizar. No offense. It's just... I'm pretty sure everyone in chat has had that happen at some point or another. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. So, I don't understand your question. Labor of love is a self-explanatory statement. Even if you've never heard the phrase before, the phrase literally explains itself within the phrase. It is a labor of love. It is not something you did because it's a 9 to 5. It's not something you did because it's your job. It's something you did because you cared about it. That's it. That's all. There's no other explanation. I don't know what else to tell you. In the lower middle is a side chamber, which leads to a flowing water tube. How the hell am I supposed to do this while staying as the stupid fish? This is awful. This is terrible. Come on. Oh, thank God. That was just a blind jump. That was just a straight blind jump. Okay. Let's grab a save state over here. Nothing is worse than Feebas. The good news is we don't actually need the fish anymore. So we just do that. Ah! And immediately get hit for my troubles. That's what I get for abandoning my friends. Okay, so I think we need the spark power, and we get another fish? But you need to have the fish to get the fish. Okay, whatever. We needed spark. That was the real thing we came here for, so... So we just... So, okay. So we need to hold on to Spark. And then go back down where we just were. Which means another blind jump, because I didn't really memorize where that was. Okay. Now we go downstream. Can't lose Spark, so we can't take any hits. Need to keep Spark, remember. It's kind of the important part of this. Okay. And there's Rick. Okay, so now we have the relevant combo of Spark and Rick. Jeez Louise, what's next? Okay. So now we go over here. Don't get hit by that guy. Do this. Scooch. Do that. Still need Spark. I guess we don't, actually. No, because we need Cutter now. But now we have the bird. And now we can fight against the flow. And I just realized we're going to have to do this section without getting hit. I just realized that. Oh god, it's this asshole too. Okay, so there's Cutter. We now have Cutter. Now all we have to do is get to the end of the stage without getting hit. Oh, thank God. Still no cheat flag. Yeah, that required going to another world to get a fish to come back, to do the first section flawlessly, to do this... Well, I shouldn't say it. To do the first section well, to do the second section well, to do the third section well, and then to the fourth section flawlessly. Any screw-up on that chain meant going all the way back to farm the fish again. Yeah, no, exactly. That the sheer many enough steps, each of which failing means starting over from the beginning. That's terrible. Uh-oh. Kirby's got a knife. Okay. Now we can continue with the game. Just play the game every bit. We happen to have a bird right now, so, you know. Aw. No. Nope. Okay. Damn. And that bird is not the word. Okay. Ah! Well, okay, fine. No! Well, okay, now we no longer have a bird. I mean, honestly, if you want to have fun with this game, just don't go for, you know, the final boss. Do me a favor, say something on Discord, because it'll be easier for me to keep track of there, Elizar. But yes, I will give you a sticker. This is probably one of the closest things to a level design interest that... Bleh. Closest things to interesting level design that I've seen so far. Like I said, it's the closest thing we've had to level design so far. Platforms that break from the top, but not the bottom. And we have to go up. And there's enemies that kind of block the way, and it's a whole thing. Cool. Did you know, Elizar, we have an entire channel just for keeping track of the LGAs? Did you know that I just fell to my death there, and I'm not even 100% sure how or why? Since both the jump button and the float button did nothing there. That was really strange. It's just the I voted, or voter, excuse me, roll. Once again, something approaching level design. If you go too far up, you get blown back, so you have to not go too far up. Whoa, what happened? What happened? Hold on. This doesn't count as cheating, because I'm going to accept the death, but I want to see what happened. What hit me? Was it this guy that hit me? Had to have been. Yeah, an operational ceiling, exactly. It's like, don't go above this. Hell, we've seen flight games do something with that concept. Why does that keep doing that? There's some really wonky physics-y stuff going on, though. Pick a door? Someone in chat? Three it is. You have chosen poorly. By the way, this is just straight up a troll room from FF2. I just want to be clear about that. Okay, Rex says 4. Rex would never lead me astray. Hey! Okay, Mook says 1. Another troll room. Imagine walking into this room with a frickin' animal companion. Alright, let's try 2. It's probably 2. It's almost always one of the 2/3. Or, yep, nope, it is. Oh, right, boss fight. Boss fight with wind. Okay, I can vibe that. Listen, all I gotta say is 23 is number 1, okay? This is an interesting situation to be in. How do I go left? I guess I just accept the hit. That's the solution to that problem. Okay. I don't know, Kitten Fan. I don't have very strong memories of the next game we're playing. And at the current rate, we're not even going to get to it today. Or if we do, it's going to be a short stream. I honestly did not expect this game to be as long as it is. It's the same team, by the way. Which may or may not be indicative. It's just the truth. It's the same team. So... You did it! Alright, boss time. What do we got? What do we got? Okay. Yeah, short but time consuming. That sounds about right. I know speedruns aren't a great measure of that, but, like, if you know what you're doing in Ninja Gaiden, it's still only like a 2-hour game. Yep. Helglit. Yeah, this is the weirdest Krakow I've ever seen. And I've seen the Krakow from Dark Mirror. What is this? Phase 2? Don't answer that. You know another thing this is going to not get that the first game got? The first Game Boy game got? A music positive. By the way, I don't know... Oh god, yeah, it is all the way from the beginning. I don't know if June did the music here. But if he did, it's not particularly good. I know he did the music for Super All-Star, because, I mean, of course he did. The song that is now universally considered Meta Knight's theme was him. Of course he did. The halberd. Oh, bull crap. So next game, huh? Have to pay attention to the music in that one. Because we're kind of skipping over Super to play Dreamland 3 next. Now this is pod racing. You can't blame this one on me. I'm just sitting here waiting for him to spawn stuff so I can hit him with. Okay, I missed that time. So, okay, I'll give you that. I love how immediately after I mention that I'm not making any mistakes, I make a mistake. That is the way, right? That is how that works. And then I make a second mistake. So now I'm just going to say that I'm perfect at everything, and that'll obviously sufficiently undo the bad luck. There we go. So now I can actually hit him. I hate everything. I hate everything in the entire world. This is just the beginning of my villain arc. That's what this is. This is the beginning of the end. I'm going to be convinced that someone's going to be like, why did you do it, Lore? Why did you destroy the entire population of the planet Earth? And I'm going to say, because I was playing Kirby's Dream Land 2. Don't you understand, man? Fun fact, I have the least exposure to Super Circuit because, well, because I sold my GBA and all my games shortly thereafter for food. That was right before the homeless period. So, you know, didn't play it much. Ugh. Here, let me just pause. Just pause. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Did you know that there's Kirby games with good music? I'd say points if you can recognize this one, but it's probably pretty obvious. Okay, let me type up some thoughts really quick before I lose them. Any guesses which game this is? Yeah, it's so obvious, right? Magalore is another one of those characters that a lot of people kind of clamped onto immediately. I have not played the remaster yet. I mean, Kirby music's legit, so... Notice the song hasn't looped yet, by the way. Nice long loop for a boss song. Good sign. God. So if Kirby sucked me in... Hang on. First of all, brofist. Second of all, thank you for the sub. Third of all, let me write that down. Before I forget all of that. Hang on. That's going towards DBZ Kakarot, Fandango, and RNC3 up your arsenal. What would Kirby get from me? Do I go with the derogatory thing or the overly bragging thing? I mean, he'd be the best game reviewer around, who also happens to be very good at video games. And an excellent writer, and director, and voice actor, and editor, and video editor, and audio sound designer. However, all of it comes with the caveat that he would be struck with such crippling depression that he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Speaking of Magalore. Is this on random? No, it is not. Okay, that's why. So, I played... Hi, Fresco. Please don't hate me. I played Forgotten Land with the eldest up until the end of about the first world, and then like a little bit into the second world. I haven't played it for myself. I've only played it as the co-op partner for them. For what it's worth, I really liked what I played. Like, a lot. Like, holy crap. Possibly... So, for the longest time, I held up Superstar as the best Kirby game. That's vague opinion, not review opinion, right? Robobot supplanted that. Because Robobot was legit. And then Robobot was like, yes, awesome. Yeah. The only game that might supplant Robobot by memory is Forgotten Land. And again, I haven't beaten Forgotten Land. I have to admit, Robobot kinda hits a sweet spot for me, because, very small spoilers, it has continuity. I never actually played Epic Yarn. I never played Epic Yarn, the Rainbow one, and several of the handheld ones. I haven't played Mirror. I haven't played the remake of Adventure. I forget the full list. There's several. There's a smattering I haven't played, including this one. Triple Deluxe. I don't think so. Let me just look at it really quick. It's on the 3DS. No. The only 3DS one I played was Robobot. I did play Return to. Most of the Kirby games I've played co-op, actually. I played Return to co-op, co-op, and I've played... Hang on. There's another big one. Other than Forgotten Land. Well, I played Star Allies on camera, but I've also played that co-op. Is it this one? No. This one? No. I have actually played Superstar Ultra co-op. There's Mirror, there's Amazing. Maybe that's it. I thought there was another one. Oh, I'm an idiot. I actually have played Rainbow Curse. Yeah, that's the one where you use the stylus for the Wii U thing, right? So I have played that one. I don't have many memories of it, obviously. I don't think I played Canvas Curse. I'm almost positive I did not. Oh yeah, they've been getting more into continuity lately, I've noticed. Including Air Riders 2. No spoilers, but I decided to spoil that one for me because I knew it'd be like a long time before I played it. And I really wanted to know if it had any lore relevance. So, spoilers, it does. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Where is Robobot? I should have Robobot. Is it under R? Might be under R. I know I have Robobot, the soundtrack, because I love the Robobot soundtrack. I could see that, Kitten Fan. Because they started kind of doing a little bit of continuity early on. Nightmare to Dark Matter to 0 is kind of a solid line. But it's all implications, right? None of it meant anything until more recently. Where's Robobot? He stole my music. Ah, whatever. I'm almost done writing anyways. Yes, my favorite stage. Everyone thought I was going to hate this stage. It was my favorite stage in the whole game. Not even a joke. As much as I hate to interrupt that, I do kind of want to get through the game. So, let's get up to stage 7, shall we? Because we have one more rainbow drop to get. Just the one. That poor fish! This is a stage. And we're dead. Wow! Okay. I was right, by the way. The lives don't update immediately. That's why I thought they didn't give me lives earlier. Yeah, that was a stage. I have to admit I'm a little bit biased because Robobot, in addition to having a solid story, also... I really liked the... let's call it the viscerality of the... oh my god, of the robots, of the actual robots that the game was named after. And I liked the aesthetic of the whole game, the brickwork. Again, I'm not sure how it will review. Hopefully someday I'll get to show it off. That's really strange, Bregwin. I mean, I do, Noctis, absolutely. Just think about how much more pure the world would be if everything was mechanized and electrolyzed and proselytized. Wait, not that last one. I did notice that Robobot was kind of unabashed, but I admit I actually liked it because I'm a weirdo. I don't know. Now, I'll tell you a Kirby game I expect to suck at. It's the next one we're playing, which is Ultra. Could you give me an attack I can attack you with, please? Please? Like, this is getting a little silly. Thank you. Thank you for that. God damn it. So, I might have misspoken, but what I just said was next. at least what I intended to say was next. Because, yeah, we're playing Dreamland 3 next. A game I've actually only beaten once. I don't have a lot of history with it. Damn it. I've noticed an increase in the amount of auto-scrollers as we get further into the game, too. I'm wondering if certain people were just like, oh my god, just make it an auto-scroller. Just make it an auto-scroller, let's go. Let's go home. I'm tired. It's been a long day at the office. And we're Japanese. Okay. It's only been 12... It's just a 12-hour workday, it's fine. I'm good for it. Look, even I don't work 12-hour workdays. You kidding me? Please ignore the fact that I'm basically gonna skip my lunch break today. Oh, God. How bad do you think the final bosses are gonna be? For that matter, how bad do you think the last rainbow drop's gonna be? Because remember, we need one more rainbow drop to be able to beat the game. This is just the same trick you just pulled. I've got it. Let's use the trauma of working on this game to make the game better. Fun fact, that applies to a lot of games, not just Majora's Mask. Okay. Not really impressed with these final stages so far. Well, that's arguably a good thing. Bland is arguably better than boring. Or bad, excuse me. Bland is better than bad. There we go. I can word. So far, also, I've noticed these stages are just mirrors of each other. Like, that's not just me, right? This is just... Like, I've already had the do the jump up while the auto-scroller is coming by. And yeah, this is just the go up and then down thing again. This is the same thing. We've just did this. Here's Rick again. I'm so confused. Why are we just doing the same stages, except flipped? Oh yeah, then there's bad and bland. That's even worse. Those are the fun ones. Why are the one-ups over there now? Oh, whatever. Yeah, Blad. You've heard of Vlad the Impaler. This is Blad the Impaler. Yeah, Sticker Star. That's what you have to do to get to Blad. Oh, whatever, I give up. I don't want those one-ups anyways. I can't even move in this section. And then each thing ends in a mini-boss, like every single one of these. This is just the same stages over and over again. I'm so confused. It's almost like there was some kind of looming deadline. A release date that they were mandated to reach. Oh, they were just tired of working on the game. Or both. It's the same frickin' level again. And there... Did you see that? Did you see that? In case you didn't, if you go down, you just die. That's a straight-up gotcha. Like, by the time you know that's the wrong way to go, it's too late. Yeah, they repeated that track 3 times. If you just pick the wrong way, you just die. Nothing you can do about it. My god. I'm dead. Yeah, welcome to the machine, Kirby. I'm guessing it's just offset. I'm gonna test that theory here. I really was just guessing wildly last time. Okay, yeah, it is up this time. So that means, hypothetically, it'll be down next time. Not much of a pattern, but that's still just kind of a dick move. Especially since nothing indicates it's an up-down pattern. Or what the first one is. Why? Why? Yeah, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Okay, so stage 7. The rainbow. Yeah, the music is just... One moment. Okay. We need the spark ability. Let's see if we can find that. Ladies and gentlemen, level design. Do I even need to add anything to this? There's nothing here. You line up and then you hit jump. Okay, so I need spark for this. Which I don't have, of course. Which means I'm probably going to have to bring it in from out of the stage. Oh, hang on, maybe. Oh, yeah, okay. This is a thing. People still talk about the day that Kirby came and apocalypsed the Waddle Dees. I get what they're going for, but, like, I am not with it. We need a term for that, Rex, clearly. Dick move, by the way, dropping the boss on my head before I can even react. So you're probably wondering, where's the rainbow? Well, remember, I need the spark. And there were no sparks in the stage, which means I need to come in with spark from outside the stage. So I need to find a place that has spark. Boss does not have spark. Spark not included. Okay, so now we can go beat the game, except we can't, because we're missing one rainbow thing. Umbrella. Okay. Hi, ISC. You hate me too, ISC. Be honest with me. Feed me your hatred. Net Storm, which, whew, that's going to be an interesting one. That's been so... 2. It's Cyberpunk. Okay. One of these levels had spark in it. I don't remember which. I really don't. Yeah, all the levels were the same. I don't know, actually, Blue Fusion. I know the world map does. See, it's right there. But does the stage tell you? No, it does not. I don't know where the hell to find a spark. It feels like the weirdest... Oh, spark. Okay, we're good. Well, that was easy. Someone remember, for when I lose this... Ice 1. I don't remember what stage it is. I think it's 4. 4-1. Okay, back through the stage. There goes Spark immediately, of course. Now for the most jumping, platforming section ever to platform jump. You're kidding. You're kidding. I need Kine. I need Kine. Now, fortunately, I still have the thing up here where there's a guaranteed Kine from the last time I needed to do this. Whoops. Too far, too far. This one. I need to retain Spark. Well, I don't really need to retain Spark. I could probably get Spark again pretty easily. Since I know where it is. Still, it's just... I'm sorry, what? What's funny is this is one of those games I bought basically on faith. I just noticed this is a Spark anyway, so I could probably just do that. Sorry, let me explain that sentence a little bit. So, when I was filling up my collection, something I'm still really glad I did before the collection boom several years ago, there was a bunch of games I'd never owned before that I didn't really have an opinion on, because I wanted to fill out the collection. And there were several games like this one that I just bought on faith, because it's Kirby. Of course I bought a Kirby game. Hell, I still haven't played the Wario Land games. I bought those for the same reason. Yeah, how do you screw up Kirby? That's ridiculous. Okay, so. Oh, wow, that's terrible. So, fire? Someone write this down, please. Fire... stone, needle, ice, firestone, needle, ice, cutter. Fire, stone, needle, ice, cutter. Okay. I'm hungry. Wow. Okay. Okay, so we need fire first. Yep, next we need stone. How do I... Oh, there we go. That feels like that shouldn't have worked, but whatever. And then... needle. Yeah, that's... yeah. Keep in mind, I have to be stuck in this stupid fish form. Actually, I don't know if I have to be stuck in the fish form. I'm assuming I do. Ice. Okay, there's a penguin. And cutter. Okay, this doesn't look nearly as bad as the other ones. And now that I've said that... okay, that was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I'll give you that. That was more of a just follow the order. Okay. Now we can go beat the game. Holy cramoly. All we had to do is walk in with a kine. And a spark. Still not what I would call good. Wait, come back, Cutter. Come back. I didn't mean to eject you. Ah, whatever. Okay, boss number 1. Same way you did your power up, Baron. DDD? Why are your eyes closed, DDD? What are you doing, Step DDD? Please tell me this isn't the same fight as the last 2 games in a row. That's new. You've got a good health there, Mr. DDD. Oh my god, it's ZZZ. Yeah, he's got a lot of health. I'm gonna give up on those. Let's see. Where's good access to this jackass? Because I want to walk in with like a little more health and a little more damage. No, 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 no. Okay, that works. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, fire and hamster. That should be a fun combo. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. So for those of you not aware, this is actually something I've known the whole game. It just never clicked with me here. The animal friends have a wider collision box than normal. So they knew what they were doing there. Okay, I call bullcrap on that. Yeah, the final boss, well, the second to last boss, is denying us the primary mechanic of the game, and it's the game's main gimmick, too. Why does he have so much health when he's asleep? I already don't like this fight. Honestly, I probably wouldn't mind this fight if he had a little less HP. Like, he's got some new abilities, and, like, I kind of like his enrage mode, you know? You know, the thing he just entered at 3 damage in. Another thing that some bosses do in some games is there's a mechanic where, like, if you do something well, you get rewarded for it, like, say, getting a health back. It's like, maybe if I successfully, I don't know, stop him from hitting me with the enraged hammer or something, it turns into a health up. 2 health back, you know, something like that. I don't know. I'm honestly just spitballing at this point. Oh, that sounds good, Bragman. I'm afraid in the name of the Empire, I'm going to confiscate your cooking expertise. Oh, that would work too, because the stars that he spits out when he's enraged are harder to grab, you know, higher risk, right? 3rd, actually, Linerith. Or, no, 5th, excuse me, 5th. No, I think that's still wrong. I think this might be 6th. Look, it's the 77th Kirby game, Linerith. But anyways, what I was trying to say is there's a high risk associated with the Berserk stars. So I'm kind of with, you know, rewarding the player for managing that. Oh god, you know what would make this so much worse? Imagine if every time he snores, he heals. And there's nothing you can do about it. He just heals periodically. Yeah, grab that one. He's a penguin, clearly. I have no idea what he is. Hang on, since Lunarith asked. Alright, so we had Kirby's Dream Land, and then Kirby Adventure, then Kirby Pinball, then Kirby Dream Course, then Kirby Avalanche, and then this game. So this is the 6th Kirby game. That's just a dick move. The game wants you to stay right up in his face because, you know, because most of his attacks can be pulled like that. But if you're right in his face, he has 2 attacks with no tell, by the way, that can just nuke you. One is the lunge and one is the eat. So you want to be at range, but if you're at range, well, then he does his lunges, or he does the fake outs like that, or he just doesn't give you opportunities to hit him. Not even at half health. Look, I know I suck, Frisco, but I'm actually trying now, and holy crap. What's funny is I think I could, and indeed would have gotten this if he had about half the health. Oh god, there might be no checkpoints after this. Didn't even occur to me. Hang on, gotta go ban push-ups real quick. BRB. Yeah, free time is the answer. Because you technically have infinite retries. Like, obviously I could run out of lives, but that just means I start over and have to do the run back, which is not very long. So you just keep doing it. Over, and over, and over, until you push through it. I got him below half. Yeah, if you get close enough, the stomp will give you a double star. I've managed it a couple times here. I'll try to do it here. Like that. And double stars do actually do more damage. This is the second to last boss. If you didn't get all the rainbow things, this is the last boss. No spoilers. We're good. We're good. We're all good. Being killed horribly by DDD, who's asleep. DDD can kill us in his sleep. That is just how powerful he is here. This is what we call aura farming right here. It's like, what? I got this. Oh, there's that half health again. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm getting extremely good RNG. That's 3 jumps basically in a row. That was just luck. I don't get any credit for that. But then, I used the power of the rainbow gems. To make the rainbow sword. Oh my god. So yeah, spoiler, that's in the first page of the manual, as a reminder. This is the first dark matter. Okay. Looks kind of weird, actually. Okay. Looks like he is taking damage, just very little. Now, here's the funny part. If I die here, when I die here, do you think I have to go fight DDD again? Because, you know, at this point, all bets are off. Yeah, by the way, that is eye-piercing. I'm glad it's not moving. Yeah, reflecting his attacks is doing the most damage, clearly. Well, let's find out. Oh my god. Now, of course, I'm concerned about running out of lives. Because if I run out of lives, I will have to fight DDD again. And that will suck. Why did you say that, Kitten Fan? Why would you ever say that? So I would like this final boss music. I notice he's using his orbs less often. Or it's just pure RNG. One of the two. Time. Nope, of course it's not time. Of course it's not. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I have 2 health. 1 health. And now I'm dead. Oh my... Oh my god! I have no idea what to do about a second. I might look it up, because I'm running out of lives. I really don't want to fight DDD again. Damn it. Pay attention, Laura. What's a friend mechanic? Is that a back-of-the-box feature that we forced down your throat for the entire game? Well, sucks to be you. So let's see. Let's look at that final boss phase, shall we? Let's see here. Dark Castle. Stage 8. Oh my god, it's timed. It's timed. You notice we're starting to fall. You can see the screen. I don't know what the time limit is. I have a horrible feeling we're going to find out. There's the trees. That's not a good sign. Okay, this is wonderful. I need to go. I have to go berserker. I have to go berserker. There's no other. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up the cheat flag because I don't feel like spending the next hour of my life here doing this. And I really don't feel like fighting DDD again. So, you know, many negatives. Moving on. I'd rather throw up the cheat flag than the incomplete flag, you know what I mean? Let me move, game. Time. Oh, hey, it's our friends who abandoned us! Oh. He seems weirdly happy. Oh, of course he is. He doesn't have to play this game anymore. Sorry. Sorry. That was mean. I'm sorry. Is that freaking it? The first game had a better ending than that. The second game had a better ending than that. But yeah, I get it. The color rainbow, because, you know, the Super Game Boy. Oh my god, I just realized. Listen to the music. It's 4 measures. The song is 4 measures. It's about an 8-second loop. I've played worse. I've played so much worse. But I'm gonna be real, that was actually quite draining. Um, I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no second stream today. That knocked the hell out of me. I'm sorry. I just oof. So let's line this up, shall we? Wow, that is loud. Okay, okay. Trying to re-engage my brain a little bit here. It was longer than the NES game, which by definition means it's better. At least that's what people keep telling me. Oh, sorry, I just realized it's not playing, is it? There you go. Sorry. I forgot how that works. So it seems Fireball is the ability of choice. I'm actually glad I played this for whatever it's worth. I don't want to sound like... I don't know, I guess that sounds like a strange statement, but... This was an experience, you know? By the way, to emphasize the nature of this game, the tasks of this game, which is what you're watching right now, is 43 minutes long. I know that's not necessarily indicative, but... Yeah, exactly, Rex. Tasks tend to be... Like, you can kind of divine the average length of a game by how long it takes to speedrun or task it. Right? Like if you see an RPG that's speedrun is 8 hours, and that game is gargantuan, right? So, a platformer with a 43-minute task... Okay. What? What is this? What is this? So, you mind if I tell you a semi-related story, Mook? So, I've mentioned this before. By what is effectively complete coincidence, the two games that started the modern speedrun community are Quake 1 and Metroid Prime 1. There's a whole story behind that. I'm not going to bore you with that right now. But the reason I bring up Metroid Prime 1 is because one of the most common categories for Metroid Prime 1 at the time, you know, when it came out, was to do glitch through the walls constantly. And I have distinct memories of watching that being like, what's the frickin' point? Why is... I mean, don't mistake me. There's actually a lot of difficulty in doing those kind of glitch through walls tricks, especially live. But from the perspective of the viewer, it just wasn't very entertaining, right? All of this culminated in a game I actually talk about in the Chrono Trigger task, if you've seen that. It's called A Boy and His Blob. For anybody familiar with that game, we're actually going to review it during the NES block when we get there. It's a very quirky, weird, experimental pseudo-puzzle game. But the relevant part is that there was a task that came out for it, which was the fastest task, the fastest way to beat the game. And that task was the most boring freaking thing ever. Because it exploit. I don't remember the specifics. It did something to make it so that nothing rendered, no enemies and no objects rendered, and then it ran to the end of the game. So from the viewer's perspective, the task was running right for about 5 minutes, by the way, which is a lot longer than it sounds when nothing's happening, until you got to the end of the game, and then beat the game. It was extraordinarily boring. And I'll never forget it because it kind of was a marker point for my own speedrunning in trying to make them more interesting and less invested in just getting to the goal marker as fast as possible with no other considerations. And that informed all the tasks I made, including the aforementioned Chrono Trigger tasks. I feel like this dude is making me look silly here. See, this is what Friscoborn looks like when Friscoborn's just playing the game legit. I mean, don't mistake me, I can appreciate some glitched runs, but intermittently, you know, like, I gotta be in the mood for it. There's actually a run of, oh god, it's a Genesis game, I can't think of the name of it. The thrust of the game is you're supposed to, like, recruit people. It's a very classic D&D style RPG on the console. You know, you're supposed to recruit people and then go out and then fight monsters and gain levels and get to the final dungeon and then search the world and find this one secret MacGuffin, and when you find it, you go ahead and turn it into the king, and that's the win condition. So the task of it is approximately 0.036 seconds long because it does memory manipulation, actually quite a lot of memory manipulation, in order to make it so that the final MacGuffin spawns on the tile you start the game at. Then you pick it up and then you win the game. I'm actually down for that because that's hilarious. And also it's literally less than a second. Oh, that's gonna bother me. Hang on. And pause. 1 second. Well, it's not gonna be here, is it? No. Okay. Oh god, last I checked, Baldur's Gate 3 was in the 2-minute range. It's got to have gotten lower than that, right? No. Here we go. Wow. So I'm looking at the shortest times. I'm just sorting all the movies by shortest times. The number of movies that are less than a second long has increased somehow, which is honestly kind of impressive. Jeez, Kitten Fan. Is this it? No, that's not it. There it is. There it is. If you'll forgive my indulgence, this will be a little loud. Hang on. So the name of the game is King's Bounty, if any of you ever played that. It's 12 years ago. And done! That's it! That's it! I already explained the run to you. I love how the final score, by the way, is 0. Because they don't do anything. And then there's just 6 minutes of this ending screen, because trolling. Like, if you go through frame by frame, Hang on. Oh, hang on. Oh, too far, too far. Other way, other way. So you start... Okay, so, hang on. So there's tons and tons of manipulation. And then... Up, up, up. Search the area. It'll take 10 days to just search the area. Yes! And there it is. I love it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to share that really quick, because that I'm with. It was actually a fairly large amount of work to get that to work, too. Because, you know, that's a lot of memory manipulation. Plus, it's not 5 minutes of watching someone walk to the right. Yeah, exactly. There's a bit of funny factor to it. Now, you know something I'm legitimately afraid of? What if Dreamland 3 is this bad? Zero mode. In fact, I'd say get your guesses in now, but I guess that's what the guessing game is there for. Speaking of which. Oh. Blue Dragon EXE guessed 86. That makes me sad. If you had asked me walking in, I would actually say about 80. That was going to be about my guess. Like, that feels like it would follow the trend, right? The first one was 40, which was solid. The second one was 100. I figured this one would be a bit of a dip, but, like, still solidly positive. I mean, fair. Several people guessed negative. Oh, God. Yeah, imagine if this was like Mega Man 01. For those of you who weren't there for that, I put Mega Man 01 first because I assumed it would be the worst of the Mega Man 0 series. Little did I know. I also repeated false information in that. Kirby just sounds exactly like the King of Hyrule. My boy. Yeah, Poyo. That's all his dialogue is still Poyo, it's just said in that same voice. Speaking of I've played worse, Echo the Dolphin. Yeah, that slope code is still impressive. I'm telling you. I don't know with certainty that that's Iwata, but man, would not surprise me. Maybe, Danielle? I don't remember one, but I could be wrong. Does Kirby talk in the anime? I know, right, Rex? Listen, DDD was just sleeping, okay? I remember Avalanche. That was the SNES pseudo-Tetris one. No, Elazar, I refuse to allow you to do the main mechanic that is just a for fun thing I've been doing for actual years at this point. Purely out of... like, it's because you like Black Licorice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't countenance an entire nation of people who are in love with Black Licorice. It's just... it's too much. I don't think I'm gonna give a music positive. I feel sad for that. I don't know what to add to that. No. Okay, Elazar. That's... What number do you want to put? I mean, this was a thrown together... Yes, okay. Pause. The reason this game is the way it is because this was a B team who hadn't really had a lot of experience in making games in general, who had never made a Kirby game in particular, was given a relatively smaller budget and very little time to go throw out a game in order to keep people satisfied while the main team was working on Superstar? That's the answer to that question. Now, in answer to Elizar, when we get to the point where we're closing in... No, this wasn't Sakurai. He didn't even touch this game. When it gets to the point where we're closing in on the end of the game, or indeed have already finished the game, like we're currently at a state of, I lock down the guessing sheet so that people can't guess at the last minute like you just did. Generally speaking, I encourage people to guess before we're at the point where, you know, we're done with the game. That kind of defeats the point of the fun of the guess if you just decide to be like, hey, now that you've beaten the game, I'm going to guess this. I went ahead and jotted it in, but for future reference, that's why. That's why it's locked up. Let's see. Yeah, it's a little cheaty. How you do it specifically is kind of up to you. No, that sounds about right. If I were to participate, I would hop in, like, early on and be like, well, let's see. I think it's going to be this. Boop. I am not, so my opinion doesn't count there. That sounds about right. Okay, so that's a hell of a score. Let's see what that ends up being. Still net positive on story, as it should be. But, it's, yeah. That's, yeah, no, it's not 0 because I have to do some math. The good news is this is actually pretty simple. Let's, where's the Kirby games? I've got all the Kirby games lined up. Yeah, here we go. So, turn this down just a little bit while I'm doing this. So, yeah, this... I don't know why I'm so surprised. I've seen bad Mario games, bad Zelda games, bad Mega Man games, bad Final Fantasy games. It's just kind of weird because Kirby usually is just kind of doing its own thing. Even if it's not like the greatest stuff ever, it's usually solid, right? +4 to story, which is about 3/4 of a plus per hour and a 83.33% ratio. All of which is fine. Nothing wrong there. It's actually a little below average for 2D platformers, and the lowest story score of the Kirby games so far. -12 to gameplay. That's pretty below average, and the lowest Kirby score we've given so far. That is 2.32 negatives per hour, and a ratio of 28.57%, which is not the worst ratio I've ever given. Because Echo the Dolphin exists, giving us a final golden number. If I could get a drum roll, please. Wow. So, okay. Kirby's Dream Land was 44. Kirby's Adventure was 107. Kirby's Dream Land 2 got a negative 15.82, which isn't actually all that bad, relatively speaking. But what caught my attention about that is Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels got a negative 15.74. And honestly, if I'm eyeballing those two games side by side, that lines up pretty well. But that doesn't line up with this. Hang on a second. Hang on, hang on. Let me double check my math here really quick. Hang on. Did I miss something completely? I am pretty tired. I'm gonna legitimately just lay down after this. Oh, I did miss a couple of things. Ooh, okay, hang on, hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Yes, make sure you vote, please. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Alright, hang on, hang on. I gotta recalculate something. Sorry, that's on me. Okay, that looks a little bit more accurate. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. So that's actually a negative 19 to gameplay. And a negative 3.67 per hour, and a ratio of 22.86%, giving us a negative 33.26. That looks a little bit more accurate. I might do another double check of that off camera, but I don't want to make you sit there and watch that. So for now, I'll assume that's the correct score. Let's see. And that means it looks like Lunaruth and Raximus tie for winning the guessing game. Lunaruth is putting that towards Wing Commander, Final Prophet, and Urquan Masters. And Rax is finally going to put this $4 to good use. Sonic Classics, Final Fantasy XI, RNC 3, up your arsenal. Okay. So yeah, this has been, honestly, legitimately eye-opening. This was exactly what I expected the first game to be quite honest with you. And I really hope this is the exception and not an establishment of a rule, because there are two other games this studio worked on. Now, we're playing one of those tomorrow, which is Dreamland 3. The other one is Kirby 64. I've never played Kirby 64. So someday we will get to that as part of, I believe, the Kirby Block 2. And I'm very curious if Kirby 64 is anywhere on the level of this. I have no idea. Like I said, I haven't played it. For now, I'm going to go close my eyes for a bit, and then I'm going to do another double check of the numbers. And tomorrow, Dreamland 3.